Welcome everybody here, Brady from BGWX. Don't worry, the music. We'll stop that eventually if you don't like it, but we just set the mood here to start with some non-copyright music, and we are live breaking down the upcoming, the upcoming major snowstorm that's happening. It's pretty. You can see it in the title. You can see it if you're rewatching. We're going to be breaking down kind of what to expect. Now we can start getting into some of the specifics of the setup, I think. Because I think we're now getting I think we now have a clear picture of the specifics of the setup here at this point, and we can kind of start to, hone in on, mixing concerns, biggest snowfall areas, how much snow we can start to get a little bit better with that, and start to hone in here. A little bit. We'll break down, maybe make a couple tweaks to the threat map, maybe. We'll make some. We might make some adjustments. We'll see, but I'm still pretty confident in the general idea. And sticking to my guns that we've had here, or this will be like the fourth night in a row. I'm still, sticking to what I think the setup will be for Snowfall. So, we'll get started here in a second and let people filter in. All right, let's get the chat going here. Chef Curry, how we doing? Let me get the link out. And if you hear squeaking in the background, it's because Tatum is my 1 year golden retriever is acting like a 1 year golden retriever. Well, it's Kelly. How you doing? It's a good thing that model runs aren't actually what's going to happen in reality because they're model runs for a reason. Remember, keep that in mind, people. Okay, let me get the link out to X. Okay. And that link will get out eventually. There we go. Okay. Hey, easy over there, Tatum. Easy. I'm gonna try to annihilate a bone while I'm on stream here. Okay. Let's read the chat here. I'd like it to go south. It gets rid of the ice in western North Carolina. Yeah, Nick, there's not really a way you're going to be able to do that. Yeah, Raleigh's going to be more sleet and ice. Well, I guess you'll count towards the snow if you get some sleet. So, that will be the case. Yeah, Southeast Mass is going to be just fine. Southern New England's in a great spot. DJ Snakeman, how we doing? Romani, how we doing? This will be Celtic Supreme. This will be my biggest snow since, yeah. It could be mine too. Could be mine. Long Island, I think will still be fine. I don't care. We're gonna go through the mixing stuff and why. I don't know why there's this perception for some places that if you mix now, maybe deep into the Mid Atlantic, that might be that legitimately might lower the ceiling a little bit. But especially once we start getting into the upper mid-Atlantic and into the lower Northeast, Long Island, it doesn't matter. And again, it doesn't matter if the mix line gets into southern. We have to. I don't know why there's so much obsession with the mix line for some places, especially southern New England. Especially if you get into the mix line, that means you got crushed before then in southern New England. Like I don't know why we're so like that'd be maybe the difference between you getting maybe 12 to 15 inches and instead of like 20 inches. Like you still get a massive snowstorm. So you got to remember, there's gonna be front end thump snow from the mid Atlantic into the Northeast. So we gotta keep that in mind here. That mixing is not the end all be all for you. Be sure to hit the like on the stream if you don't mind, as well as we just gotta keep that in mind. We just got to keep that in mind. We'll get let's get it started here. We got plenty of people. We got plenty of we got plenty. Also, I don't know why we're back to doing. Do you guys not remember the last system where models were at this point? I know it's a larger system, but and we have more. We have more data. We have Hurricane Hunter data that's helpful. But like, Rich, how we doing? Again, if you're anything in the background, it's my 1-year-old golden retriever, who makes sometimes a little bit of noise, but shouldn't be too bad. If he is, we can grade him. But I wanted to give him some freedom. But I mean, we got to remember what I mean, we just did this. I had to talk a lot of you off of why I thought we were going to get snowstorm last time, and we did getting a snowstorm. Doesn't mean everybody got 5 to. Doesn't mean everybody got 5 to 8 inches, but we did. And so I just want to make that we're starting to, just because we get closer to the event, it does not mean what models show now specifically is going to be the case. When is it? It's 12 a.m. So another 24 hours. Let's just go to the start time. Let's just go to the start time here. Okay, Sunday morning for the Mid-Atlantic. Sunday night for the Northeast. Sunday evening. So that's 24 hours from now. It will be Friday night. Another 48, it will be Saturday night. Another 12, it will be Sunday morning. We're nearly just less than 3 days for southern New England and the Northeast. A little less, 2.5. Do you know how much time that is? Do you know how much models are going to move from now still? They're going to move more. You can put all the Hurricane Hunter data, into this you want. The models are still going to change and stuff. That's the reality. There's a reason models aren't perfect. So I just want to make that clear. There's we got to keep that in mind in the grand scheme of things here. I also think there's certain things to the synoptic setup that that should keep you optimistic for places that are so concerned about mixing. And I think we have to get away too from looking at these P-type maps, clicking on this, looking at this, and then just assuming that, oh, I see orange, that's not good, that means snow. That means we're not going to get that much snow. And that's just not the case. Like, you have to look at what's actually going to happen in reality, not necessarily, P-type map. When's weather? How are we doing? Technically, initially, a lot of the banding will be warm air advection driven, and then on the backside, there could be. So we'll keep that in mind. I really think the synoptics of the setup, there's still a lot that can change. This is a lot for models to pin down on a mix line, and what the setup does will have to do with it. it will have a lot to do with it. So I want to keep that. I want you all to keep that in mind with this. I want you to keep that in mind with this. Other layers than 850, that doesn't change my point at all. We know that there's a warm layer aloft. That doesn't change. That doesn't change the point at all. Thank you, Joe Weather, for either re-upping Storm Chase or becoming a member again. I appreciate it very much. Very nice of you. So again, I really, we can look at models, the difference from yesterday and today. 0Z then, 0Z now. Zero Z then, 0Z now. I actually see the Baja, and I'll get me the pen tool here. I actually see the Baja low a little bit further, so at least on the Canadian. We can compare the other guidance too. We're gonna break down guidance, and then we're gonna get to my thoughts. Yeah, the reason it force quit is because I force quit it, not Windows. Hello, meteorologist kid. Alrighty. Oh, we want to get to. Let me check. This is down. 0.6. GFS actually is really not all that different with the Baja. It's a little bit different in the orientation. It's really the northern branch. It's this piece here, pushing a little further back. And the reason, guys, I'm doing this on the fly. The reason I'm not paying all that attention, I'm watching every model run. Don't worry, I'm watching them come in. Besides the 6 hours of sleep I attempt to try to get in the mornings, but you gotta keep in mind. Look at the 18Z compared to 0Z. Just taking a little bit more time. That's it. This piece here is taking a little bit more time. Remember, we talk about models. You can sample all of this stuff you want. They're still going to struggle to sample this stuff here and how this happens. And also, another factor we have to remember here is look what's happening way up here to the northeast. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna get a little dense. So if you enjoy the dense analysis, this is gonna be for you. Don't worry. I'm gonna make it. Ask questions if you're confused, you're not understanding anything, because I want you all to understand what's happening here, so I can explain to you how it relates to the impacts with the end result. Okay, so if you understand this stuff, it will be easier to understand, and I'll make sure to try to break it down. So so you all can understand it. But this is going to be a massive storm. This is part of our clipper that we just had last night, that you can see here. Very much so. You see that? That was part of our clipper, and that's moving through. And in behind it, we now have the coldest air of the season. It's only going to get colder from here on out. This weekend into next week, it's just going to be very, 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 very cold. So keep that in mind, that this is the cold air that's being set into place here. You see this upper level energy, these yellows and these oranges and the red, that's, directly coming from the polar vortex. That's bringing down incredibly impressive cold air. Incredibly impressive cold air. Again, we're breaking down the setup so you all can understand my thought process. And then we're going to make it clear of things I'm going to be looking at to happen with this, okay? If you don't mind hitting the like too, very, very much helpful on the YouTube stream. And so this is a lot of our moisture. We'll start seeing this get out ahead, overrunning tomorrow into the southwestern U.S. and into the southern plains. We'll see that. They'll start getting their impacts, but it's going to take a while. It's going to be like watching. It's a slow death, so to say. It's going to take a minute for this to actually get here. Because the Baja low oftentimes does not eject as smoothly as oftentimes it does. So that's one thing. If you're worried about mixing so much, I think could actually work in your favor. Is this Baja ejection oftentimes is a little bit more messy, and I'm honestly surprised as far as we've gotten, that the Baja ejection is as impressive as it was. That's why my confidence, a couple days ago wasn't as high as it is now, is because I think and it's not that I didn't think we would get the ejection. I just thought it would be even messier than what we see now. Not just on guidance, but on actually coming to fruition as well, close to on satellite. It's holding together so nicely in upper level energy, and it's very rare you get that to happen. So I want people to understand the rarity, and that's why we're getting the potential for 10 to 20 to 2 feet of snow. That's kind of why we're talking about those numbers for snowfall, if wherever gets the most. And then you have another piece that comes in from behind, guys. This is the key. This is what we've been talking about for 4 days now. This right here, how this comes down, how exactly this comes down, and what are the height lines here? If these height lines are a little bit lower initially as well than what's modeled right now, and that will be impacted by depending on how this storm winds up. How exactly this winds up will be a key part in everything. And if that's able to press a little bit more, then what you'll see is on guidance, what you'll see again, we're referring to the pieces on the table and guidance and connecting it here. And so what you see here is what will play a, hey, notating, don't do that. What you see here is what will play a notable factor in how much the overrunning precip initially is able to get north. This sets the stage for the overrunning precip, and then this sets the stage eventually for how much in the middle to the back part of the storm. Okay? So this comes on through. It's almost a 1A, it's almost a 2A, 2B with this part and this part here. This is your main northern branch back here. You have another piece of upper level energy that dies down from the North Pacific, and then you have this here. So you have three main pieces that are coming together here that are going to do some version of a phase, and I'm getting pretty increasing confident that we're going to go to a heavy, a near full phase with this system. Even if it's messy, I would bet on it being messy still. So just so you know, this is pretty much, we're getting close to the peak time frame where models really like to sometimes put things together cleaner than they might be. Or sometimes run off, with certain solutions more. Like run off, sometimes amplify. I wouldn't be surprised if guidance is amplifying the convection too much out ahead and not holding it back enough, and that would maybe halt the initial mix line and how far north it would get. And just to be clear, I'm not as worried as some of you are about the mix line in terms of actually just getting a decent snowstorm. Hey, Dave. I'm really not. I am not as much. Listen, if I'm wrong, I'll let you know. But for the moment, I'm gonna hold firm. I'm not gonna waver on guidance. I'm not gonna waver on guidance. And so, also, what you have to know is 3 different major pieces. Look how large this is. Model guidance, still multiple days out, trying to pinpoint what's going to happen here. That's a very difficult thing to do. That's a very difficult thing for guidance to pinpoint. Just like it is for this, which is the confluence here. But then you see the breakup that happens. The breakup in the confluence, which allows the southwest flow to start getting more present and allows these height lines to rise, and it's why we're talking about major snowstorm potential across these areas. Had this been more put together, I'm sure we would have gotten some moderate snow up to here, but what's happening here is would be instead happening here right now. So that's kind of just to show you, if we were to do that. And then you have another piece as well that comes in on the backside. You see this? This shoots down from the northern stream, from our northern branch of energy. Hello, Bryn. I'm not reading too many chats right now, to be clear. I'm just keep asking your questions. But we're doing the analysis here. We're making sure we get to our core. We're not just gonna skip steps here. It's really important that you guys understand what is going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere. That's showing you what's going to happen, right? We advertise it as in-depth analysis. We don't hide from it. It says we're going in depth, okay? And so this comes in from as well to this storm, and that makes it very complicated for us to pinpoint the specifics of this as well. So you just have a lot going on here. Anytime you get large systems that are going to hit such highly populated, densely areas, like look how the size of the storm. All of this is your storm, and everybody's trying to pinpoint what's going to happen right here. You see that? We're trying to pinpoint, and especially a mix line down here, everybody's trying to pinpoint that within all of this happening. You see the problem with that? That's going to make it very difficult for models to exactly pinpoint. There's just a lot going on. There's a lot. So yes, we have the general idea locked in at this point. I think we've locked in on the general idea. I don't think we're going to see changes with that. I think it's very obvious that we have such a strong influx of the Baja energy here, and we're going to get this northern branch to be in a favorable spot so that this can get out ahead enough to shoot enough moisture and good enough dynamics to help cause this notable major snowstorm to break out here. And yes, we'll go back into these areas as well. So that you guys can understand. I want you to understand why model guidance is not done moving. They're not. Here's another thing. Here's one thing I think works in our favor. So the difference in why we talked about it, everybody was talking about the surface high is just going to suppress this thing. I don't know why it's a very it's an unnuanced take. Because if you can one single look at 500 millibars, and you can clearly see that this is a confluence from this storm, and it's another northern branch piece coming in from this right here. Okay, it's another northern branch coming in from this piece, and so the problem with that is, and thinking that it would just suppress, is these two are not tied. The surface high is tied to these two pieces. And so the surface high moves as much as these two move. And so watch what happens. The surface high will start as this moves, so will the surface high. But then watch what happens. Now our storm winds up here because of our Greenland block has forced to wind up. And this may be a precursor of what happens further south over the next couple weeks as well. And now that high pressure is weaker, but it's locked in. It's still a strong high. It's weaker, but it's only because this is a near record-breaking high initially. All right, take a look at the high pressure here. I'll zoom in. That is a 1040 high out ahead that is now stuck. Stuck. You have a strong high pressure that is stuck now. Now this is done moving. It's banana high now. Okay, now your high pressure is locked in. Not fully locked in, but much more. Because you see, look at the high pressure that starts here. You see that? And watch it move. You see all the H's move? You see that? Watch the high pressure. It's because of the upper level energy moving as well. And then boom. You see how the high then kind of holds then? You see how the high then starts to build around the system versus keep departing? It's because you have this storm system up here. And so I would be really skeptical to see this go any farther north than what you see on guidance right now. I think there's a limit. I think it would take some drastic changes to the upper level setup compared to what you see on guidance at the moment. And just overall what I think is going to happen to make me think otherwise. Here's another factor. I think models are, I don't think models are doing the transfer soon enough, in my opinion. I think the transfer will happen a little bit sooner. And we tend to see this. You know what a good, you guys remember December 2019? Do you guys remember that one? December 1st to 3rd, 2019? And I remember when if you remember, we were a couple days out, and malls were really holding on to that primary for a while, that primary low pressure. And if, for those that don't know, that was a historic storm, by the way. For those that don't remember, just not necessarily coastal places. Coastal places still got hit, just not as much as just inland. Let me get here. I'll show you. Again, remember we talked about, we'll zoom in. Yeah, there we go. I'm looking at right here, and to me, this is where I think where the low pressure is going to want to pop. That next one. Well, we'll get up to here, and then I think we're going to see a transfer, and it's going to be favored along this line. Now, you can see there's another one. There's a sharp one just along the coast, too. You can see there's another one. But this one's a little bit more well-defined here. And this tends to be where the low-pressure system tends to like to ride a little bit. We literally saw that with the last system. Do you remember, guys? I was telling you days out. Days out, I was trying to make the point clear that this is going to help favor a low closer to the coast, and then what ended up happening? We ended up doing that. Okay, and this one ended up coming close to following that gradient as well. And we were about 3 hours earlier probably from, instead of being 5 to 8 inches across these areas, from it being a 6 to 12 probably, and being more widespread back into New York City, Long Island. We were so close, very, 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 very close. And then we highlighted that. I said, I think it's either going to be 4 to 8, 6 to 12, and we were more in the 4 to 8ish. So that's what this whole map accounted for with that system. We went in the middle, and so we have to get back to actual analysis. That's what we have to get back to. We got to get away so much now from going onto every single models, right? We saw everybody ride the wave a little bit. And I think everybody's holding on right now to that wave instead of just getting off the surfboard and walking back to the beach. Okay, we got to walk back to the beach now. Okay, we got to look at things from a broad perspective and start to really look at the whole bigger picture. So let's keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind now. So again, sorry I'm not reading the chat a ton right now, but I'm trying to break this down. It's very important for me to break down the synoptics of the setup so that a lot of you can understand. But I'll read a couple here. Hi, NC Player. Hello, Brandon. Yes, I'm live, Matt. We can look at the AIFS next. Okay. Okay, so yeah, there's some weird. But I want to get back to the analysis here again. Because I think models are holding on to, and I referenced December 1st to 3rd, 2019. I referenced that because this was not a similar setup, but we had the case where we had the primary low initially. What the difference between that one is we had let me, no, don't do that. Is this upper level low was already so wound up and consolidated, and then opened back up more as it got to the coast, versus this is happening a lot later. And so instead of all this overrunning precip happening out here initially and then having to wait for it to open up again, this is all happening further south because it's a little bit more delayed and getting its act together later. So that's why we get so much overrunning precip. When we talk about some of these warm air advection events, you guys remember where oftentimes the primary drives up the low pressure and then we wait for it to pop up. The case is the low is already going to be here. And then there's another upper level low forming in from behind that. And then we're going to see that pop off again. to try to form near here. It'll probably form south of here though, since of the progressive nature. Even though it is progressive nature, but we have such an amplified setup here that that doesn't matter. But you can clearly see it then comes together. We can compare this to last one. Yeah, a little bit more amplified with the trough there. Yeah, the biggest I look at is this guy backing off a little bit, and they'll keep adjusting that. So you're gonna go crazy if you're looking at every single model run every 6 hours right now. Okay, you're gonna drive yourself crazy if you do that, and think there's anything incredibly meaningful. Look at that. Look at the preset now on it. Just keeps juicing it. Holding the low back. I like that. I like that. And then again, even if you were to mix, look what you do. You dump snow. You dump snow out ahead. Are going to be fantastic out ahead. That's one thing you have to remember. You want to see how much? This is just a 10 to 1, so it's going to show the amount of preset. Is what I care about, really, not the totals. I don't care about these totals at all, so you shouldn't either. These are just 10 to 1. And again, this will probably smooths it out a little too well down here. So I'm not sure that there would actually be as much snow in these places here. I mean, that's nearly. I mean, that's your QPF jackpot there in southern New England. But I still wonder. I mentioned it earlier this morning. For me, it was almost last night, but earlier this morning. This is we were talking about the ceiling with this setup. I want to show 250 as well. I want to show you guys the 250 millibar jet as well. I think that's another important factor. Let's see. Let me read a couple chats. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Hi. Hi, both of you. Okay. And so with this system, I'm wondering if we can get this evolution to happen just a little bit further south. Start a little bit sooner and hold on to this confluence a little bit more back here. This would force this to develop a little bit further southwest. And not only now are you consolidating more preset backwards, not only are you consolidating more preset backwards, but look now. Now you have this redevelopment situation going on. And you're kind of now, instead of what I'm seeing now more, guys, is that the initial is taking so much more time and it's more robust. It's being put together. So it's taking more time to get here. And it's actually just going to end up juicing this up even more. And that the backside is actually maybe not going to be as notable, but the middle part of the storm is so much stronger that you'll still get backside stuff here on Monday. You'll still get it. The question is, if that happens even just a little bit further south, that's what would happen. And then you see the transfer? Look what happens here. You have this initial low pressure that's here, and this guy starts getting going by the upper level energy. And then this slides out. Watch it jump. It's going to jump. Watch it. Boom. And right there's the jump. And now at that point, in my opinion, I think you're still losing a little too much here, and I think this is happening a little too far north, just barely. Just barely. Now, it's possible, but I think it's a little too far north based on what I think. And that would also, what that would allow is, it would allow more to drop in on the backside here in southern New England. And so all this would do is, it would give all these places, even if you mix, you get a big old front end thump in some of these places still. I wonder how this compares to. I mean, if an AIFS model that's more smoothed out is going to show more more juiciness, then that's something to keep an eye on. See that there's your low pressure trying to form out here, but still holding on to this one. And oftentimes, guys, I'm telling you, they hold on to this one too long. Model guidance. Now, I'm not sure with the AI models. There's still some new territory with the AI models, but oftentimes I see guidance hold on and it pushes the warm nose from back here a little bit too far north. But you will have a little bit of a push from the warm nose from here as well. But once that transfer happens, boom, right there, now you're pulling in the cold air again from the backside. Now you're going to be pulling in this cold air more. You're going to switch that southwest to southerly flow, and you're going to get it more now from the east and to the north. And I think this may happen a little earlier, in my opinion. Okay. Most people I've seen your stream. Oh no, we've had more. We've hit 100 the last couple nights, concurrent viewers at the same time. So, you think dynamic cooling will play effect for fringe places for mixing? Absolutely. I think dynamic cooling will play a factor. It'll probably be one of those for somebody. It'll probably be one of those cases where when you're in the heavy bands, you switch back to heavy snow. When you go back, you'll switch back to you'll switch back to sleet. And that would mean you're not even seeing heavy snow, and it wouldn't take away from your accumulations that much anyways. I watched you on Gerald's stream a couple hours and came over to see you live. Well, thank you so much. Stick the eagle. How much snow for Trent, New Jersey? It's hard to pinpoint exactly how much, but I'm still confident in a floor of at least 6 to 12 in my opinion. I'm still sticking to that, and I think you have the potential for 10 to 20 as well, 10 to 18 plus. I still think you do, depending on the specifics of that front end thump. Again, it's not that I don't think you could mix all the way up into southern New England. You really could, but I don't think that takes away from the setup that much. I really don't. I really don't think it takes away from the overall specifics of the setup that much. Because I still think you get crushed. I still think back into DC, Northern Maryland, in these places here, I still think they're going to get a solid front end thump. I'm not budging. I'm not budging. It's not because I'm being stubborn. It's because of what I think is going to happen on the setup, not what I think is going to happen on models. Oh, Southwest Maine's in a good spot. You're in a good spot. I want to keep an eye too is I'll throw it out there. This is specifics, and this could change with the overall setup. I wonder if we get 700 millibar band that goes up into here, and then the 850s right there and rakes these places. And then you may have a little bit of subsidence zone somewhere in here. That wouldn't shock me if we were to see that setup. So I would keep an eye on that. With the new data, my ice totals go down. I'm not sure they do. I'm not sure they do. I don't think drier is better with the ice potential, in my opinion. I think it only enhances it. Drier is not better. Because freezing rain accumulates a lot easier. And we broke that down on we're on GM Weather stream, Gerald's stream. We broke that down why. I want to make sure you discuss that because it's an important factor that ice actually accumulates when it's a little less saturated. You're in Northeast Ohio. I think Northeast Ohio's in a pretty good spot. I think you'll get a high ratio snow and you'll probably get a good amount. I think I'd say at least 6 to 12. That's just 10 to 1. I mean, you could very easily get 10 to 15 inches of snow out of this. Would not shock me at all. we can take a look at what our boy the Euro did. It depends on where you are in Maryland. Maryland is it's not a massive state, but it does have some you know some length from top to bottom in the state, from the northern to the southern part. The Euro is going to crush on this run. It's holding it back a little bit more. But boy, is that southwest flow kicking in. Let me get to, I want to see here. I got to get a little closer for me. It's a little bit more put together. Confluence is slightly higher, so I'm assuming this is going to bring it. But look what it does with the upper level low. That is not what I wanted. Tatum is now having a dream, apparently. Yeah, a little bit more amplified with the trough. Really the same thing. Same thing, really. All the zeros, I'm telling you, all the zeros you got usually follows. They usually almost all do the same thing, which isn't honestly all that helpful because it's just not always accurate. And as north as that shows there, you can still see this is going to crush. This is going to crush. Okay. Let's see. Other places are saying 18 in Central Jersey. It's not out of the question. Listen. The reason you're seeing so much is because you have some right now. You have some meteorologists that are looking at the exact mix line on models. They're going off exactly what models show right now, and then showing that as their forecast. And for me, I don't do that. My forecast does not rely on models. So, yeah. Southern Green's gonna get smoked. Yeah, lucky. Yeah, they are. Definitely. I keep in mind too. I would once we start getting into the 18 to 24 range. Once we start getting into that range, I would be careful on the specifics because sometimes it could be that much. It could also be a lot more than that. Once you start talking about the potential for ratios, if you have really solid lift in your dendritic growth zone, meaning just rising motion. So, a dendritic growth zone, right, is right here. Imagine this is your column. You're here at the surface. And if you have, let's say this is your dendritic growth zone, if you have really good rising motion in this part of the atmosphere, really good rising motion, which means on the other side, someone else is getting subsidence potentially. But if you have really good rising motion in that part and you're saturated down to the surface, that as a result will mean your ratios are even higher than what they're showing on the guidance. So that's why those snow maps, you got to be careful with those. So my man that was saying, why is the GFS showing almost 8 to 9? It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's showing a slightly different setup, but you got to get away from those snow maps. You got to get away from them. Because people, I'm telling you right now, they're going to look at those snow maps and think they busted in a good or bad way. And that's not the right way to do it. It's just not. People are using the snow maps the wrong way. There's no King GFS. Super chat. Let me read this here from Steven. North-South Shore area like Abington-ish looking still good for 18. I'd be careful saying, I would be careful guaranteeing 18 plus right now. I would be careful. Because you have to remember how much snow that is. That's a lot of snow. I'd be careful at this guaranteeing 18 plus. Not that this isn't a great setup and that I think it won't happen. It's just I'd be careful with it. But I'm starting to become increasingly confident that I might have when I make my snow map, and we'll refine the threat map tonight. Um, you're welcome, Joan Alloway, I believe it is. Oh, it's good. I like snow maps too, NC player. Is that what you have to? I think I'm gonna, we'll refine the threat map a little bit, but I think I'm leaning towards maybe like a 15 to 25 right now. I'm not gonna lie. That's probably close to what I'm leaning towards. Um, I was like, I think that the 12 to 24 could play, but I really do think there's going to be a large area in that, and then that could let me maybe do an 8 to 15, 9 to 15, and then we can, you know, do maybe like a 6 to 10, and we can do a 3 to 6, 4 to 8, and then we can, there's going to be a lot of layers on the map. I'm already trying to piece it together a little bit, but I can't specifically nail down where right now, because it's just a little too challenging trying to pinpoint specifics of the upper levels. Right? Look where we live. Look where we live, and you'll understand why it's so difficult. Okay? Look at this. Look at this region we live in here. Look at the size of what I just drew here. You see that? This is the entire storm. Do you see that? Actually, it goes all the way back to here and here. Do you see why this is so tricky to pinpoint the specifics of like a mix line and the timing of that? That is very, very tricky. Extremely tricky. So I know you want me like areas that listen, I still think if you mix, you're going to be fine. Now, maybe places further south, maybe that we start going back into here, that might be a little bit different. You start getting to the southern Delmarva, and even then, I still think you get a front end thump of snow. So that's what's really so tricky about trying to pinpoint like the difference between 15 or like 30 inches of snow, like this far out. So I want you all to use that perspective that there's so many large pieces of the upper level pattern here that are going on. And if we really zoom out again to North America, you'll notice this, look how massive this is relative to our area up here. Not that, listen, we'll get to the ice threat as well for people in there. We'll get to it as well. I just have a lot of snow people in here right now, I know. So especially if you super chat, I'll get to the ice as well, and I'll answer it right away. But I will get to the ice. Which model is everyone picking? I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm not focused on everybody's every single forecast right now. I can't tell you. Yeah, Central Indiana is probably in a pretty good spot for this. Central Indiana is probably in a pretty good spot for this. The Midwest should do pretty well, honestly. I think they will. You start getting into Central Illinois, Central Indiana, Ohio, those places. I think they'll do pretty well. I think they'll do very well. But even on the Euro, guys, let's take a look at this. This is this is one of our more amplified setups here. Look how many hours of heavy snow you still get. Look at that. You see how many hours of heavy snow you still get on the Euro, on that front end thump? And if you're on the line, you'll probably we'll take some soundings. I'll show you the snow map as well. And boy, oh boy, that's almost exactly what you want to see in southern New England. I know people see further north and they freak out, but you gotta get away from little ticks like that. These numbers are massive. Those are some massive numbers right there. And you can see that if you want to go off just the snow maps there, you can look at the consistency of how big they are. Now, I would like to back up this transfer a little bit more again. I don't think And I think that may actually be what happens, and that might work in our favor. But I'll show you a sounding. Let's go to a sounding here, and I'll show you. I guess we can go to Maryland if there is a Maryland. There we go. Let's go to Baltimore. So you will mix on this sounding, you'll see, but I'll show you what I mean. So right there, let's just use that as an example. So the warm nose is notable, but when I see this, I see, in my opinion, if you're heavily snowing on this sounding here, I think you come back as heavy snow with a little bit of sleet mixing in, and that's still accumulating. Like that's, and on the model, it will show this as sleet, and in reality, that in my opinion, I think dynamic cooling plays a part. Because here's another thing. The reason I think this is a setup where dynamic cooling could play. What is dynamic cooling? What is dynamic cooling? Let's break it down and why it plays a part in this setup. Look how well saturated you are at the top in the upper levels. You are extremely well saturated from the upper levels. That also means that this is where your snowflakes form, but this makes it even better to help pull down the cold air from the upper levels of the atmosphere. And so when you get this to happen, is this cold air, you see how cold you are up here? This is your 0 degree, this is your mix line right here. That's your mix line. If you cross this and come back, then you can't. Then you can't. But models will oftentimes show it crossing. They'll show it crossing and then come back, but it's very minor. And what that means is you will get extra time as long as it's heavy snow. If it's heavy snow, then you will come back and you'll be maybe there's a little bit of sleet mixing in, but it will be a lot of heavy snow. And this is Baltimore. You see how many hours of snow you've done at this point in Baltimore? You probably start around there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You probably even there, it's a long warm nose. But if you're snowing hard, then you will absolutely pull down the cold air at that point. And if you're not, then you wouldn't be accumulating a lot anyways at that point. You wouldn't be. You would not be. And then look at that. And then you sleep. And then that's sleep. But look at that. That's you're not even snowing at that point anyways, really. And then you can see the transfer happens, and look at what happens on the transfer. You see that? And then maybe you finish as snow on the backside if you're lucky. If you can saturate enough again. So this is what I'm talking about here. You're going to tell me you see 12 hours of snow in Baltimore and you don't get at least 6 inches of snow? I'd be shocked. Now again, this would be assuming that this exact model would be correct. So this is why I'm still holding firm on a floor of 6 to 12 for a lot of mid-Atlantic places, with the potential for still at least 10 to 18 inches, in my opinion. You still have that potential. because you got to realize how prolific those snowfall rates in that front end thump are going to be. They're going to be 1 to 3 inches per hour. Right? Put that together. They're going to be 1 to 3. Models will not show how good the lift is in the dendritic growth zone. They will not. This is right here. I'll show you. This is your dendritic growth zone. And this one is a little bit asleep, probably. That's such a long warm nose at that point, you're probably not coming back. Oh wait, that's before the storm gets here. Oh, sorry, no, that's not. I was wrong. My bad. This is the sleet line here. Sorry. Here to about here. But then look at this. You still come down back at the surface. Look how cold you are at the surface. So this is going to be a scenario, guys, where if you thump right away, those first few hours of snowfall you measure is going to stack up like that. 1 to 3 inch per hour rates in that front end thump. And models won't pick up on that. Perfect. They won't. You're going to tell me you're going to get 12 hours of snow in Baltimore and you won't get 6 inches of snow? Get out of here. I find it hard to believe. Let alone double digits. Yeah, that's a very good point, Nikki. The amount of moisture with this storm is crazy. It is very notable. Mixing in Philadelphia, sure, but we can go. Let's go to Philly. Let's go to Philly as well. We can get there. Let's find somewhere close to Philly at least. Let's take the airport. Why not? Boom. So now at this point, you've started snowing. The Euro always shows it a little bit. Again, you might have a couple hours of virga, meaning the snow is falling on radar, nothing yet on the sky. Does not mean you're not going to get a ton of snow still. And now at this point, you're locked in right here. You're locked in at this point. Right here. So about 59. There. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. Look at the lift in the dendritic growth zone too. Right, we've done 6 hours of snow at this point. That lift is -3 omega. That is incredibly heavy snowfall. That is 2 to 4 inch per hour snowfall rates likely. With how cold you are at the surface. 7 hours of snow. 8 hours, 9 hours, 10, 11. Still, and models will show this as sleet. They'll show this at sleet. You're not going to sleep if you're heavy snow. That's snow. This is 11 hours of snow at this point in Philadelphia. 11 hours. And then you sleep. Then you sleep after 11 hours. And that's with as far, and let's say if we actually don't get as far north as we do right now, which I suspect we might, I suspect at least, I think you're limited on, you can only go so much in terms of the overall evolution of the storm. Maybe the mix line on some of these could tick a little bit, sure, I guess, on the model runs. Sure, it could a little bit, but keep that in mind that that the specifics of what models show right now. So you're going to tell me 11 hours of snow in Philly with those snowfall rates of what you were doing. Look at all the lift that's being shown in the dendritic growth zone there. You're gonna get 6 to 12. You're getting 6 to 12 when that happens. So you gotta logistically look at what's gonna happen. You gotta look at what's really. You gotta look at what the model is actually showing in reality. So that right there, that's an extra hour of heavy snow right there. That's another 1 to 2 inches probably. And if you're not heavy snowing, then you weren't accumulating anyway. So you understand, like, if you're not heavy snow, then you weren't going to accumulate anyways. I haven't really looked at that Joe weather, so I'll have to do that. I'm glad you find this very cool, Joanne. Again, the goal of this channel is exactly what John is. I'm trying to decode, not necessarily better than anybody else, just as good as I can do it. Not compare to anybody else, just do it as good as I can. Try to find out the end result so I can give you all the best forecast I can possible. That's my goal. That's my goal. It's my goal for myself too. I put pressure on myself to try to do as good as I can, and you guys add to it as well. Sometimes in a bad way, sometimes, but we have a pretty solid community of people that on X and YouTube that are fairly positive. So it helps, not just positive to be positive, but just aren't complete a-holes. Yeah, we can look at New York City as well. We can play this game as well. Let's go to LaGuardia. All right, there you go. There's about your start time right there. Maybe a little bit of Virgo, but 62. There's 1, 2, 3. We'll be even conservative. We'll say even an extra hour of Virgo. We'll call it, even though Weatherbell overdoes it at this time. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Still probably pretty close. You see how close it ends up? Look at that. And then you come back. You barely do in New York City. You barely do. That's a few hours of sleep. That's what that is. And that's after look at what you're doing here. That's after look at your lift in the dendritic growth zone, that rising motion that helps create that strong banding. I mean, how many hours do we get? Is it the same pretty much? At least 10 to 12, right? Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 10, maybe 11. 10 to 12 hours of heavy snow in New York City, and you're going to tell me you don't get at least 6 to 12 inches? And that may be that's just being safe. That's just being safe, to be honest. You could if your snowfall, think about it. If you do 3 hours in a row of 2 inch per hour snowfall rates, that's 6 inches of snow. That's just 3 hours, and you're probably going to do that in the nature of this system. So for those thinking about 3 to 6 or something like that, you got to be realistic here with what's actually going to happen. The soundings are going to be impressive. We're breaking that. That's the point. We're breaking it down. I don't know what you mean by that. Clouds in the sky. We know the upper air temps make it. The upper air temps. This is not above 32. This is your 32-degree line all the way across. This is the top of the atmosphere here. This is your 32-degree line. I'm showing you right now. For what you just commented, I'm literally showing it. It's about, we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're still really, and then you go. After about 11 hours, maybe. Even then, if it's heavy snow, if this is heavy snow, you're not. If this is heavy precip, you're not going to sleep there. If maybe just a little bit. Some of these places, there's going to be a chain of locations in the lower northeast, maybe into the mid-Atlantic, that when you get under a heavy band, you switch back to snow. When you're in the light stuff, you go to sleep. And if you're in the light stuff, you're not snowing anyways a lot. You're not accumulating a lot anyways. This is what I'm talking about. And this is part of the transfer. The transfer of the low pressure is the key here. If we had no transfer, we also would not be able to get as much snow on the backside as we're talking about. So let's imagine for, let's say, 3 hours, you get 6 inches of snow. And then let's say for 3 more hours, you get inch per hour rates. So now we've done 6 total hours of snow, and we're up to 9 inches of snow. And then let's say the rest of those hours, you go a ½ inch per hour. Let's say for those next 6 hours, you go a ½ inch per hour. That's another 3. That's 12 inches of snow. 12 inches of snow in 12 hours. Because we'll say that maybe you get in and out of some banding. Let's say as we get closer and we look at the soundings and they're incredible for heavy snow. You guys remember December 29th, 30th? No. 26th to 27th. Remember the Boxing Night storm we had earlier this winter? How heavy those snowfall rates were with the system? New York City, you didn't even get to them for that long. You get the 850 low, remember? You worry about an overperforming warm nose, but at the same time, let's say you cut off about 3 hours of that. If you cut off about 3 hours of that, you probably still get at least like 6 to 8 inches of snow. No, it was December. It was 26th. No, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about this winter. Even that one too. That's a good point. December 16th, 17th. New York City got like a foot of snow still. So we got to keep that in mind. We got to look at what's actually happening in the setup. Yeah, Liam, they were intense. They were very intense snowfall rates, and there was no model showing that much snow happening and that much because the Kachera maps cannot do lift in the dendritic growth zone. They're incapable, and that's a huge factor when forecasting snowfall rates. And we're still too far for the specifics of that. I just think some of these places here, if you mix, it's because the upper level low and that energy is more on top of you. It's on top of your location versus you unable to see the snow here. I think you had. I also think in the general specifics of the setup, I'm going to be hard pressed to think that this can go much farther north than what we see now. Solar, I am not your best person to tell you the specifics of how the mix line evolves in Indiana. But we can take a look at some soundings and maybe try to give you an idea. I don't mind doing that. Evansville is southern Indiana, right? I think so. Well, we can go there. Let's see here. All right, there's, say, right there, about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You never mix. You never mix on the Euro in southern Indiana. You never mix. In theory, I guess it's possible, but if you look at the logistics here, look at it, -1. That's heavy snow. You're more near Louisville. All right, we can pull that as well. But you never mixed on that sound. Not saying the specifics of what actually happens will be that. I'm just giving you a heads up. We'll go to. That's not that different. Same thing. You never mix. If you mix, it's because you're not snow. It's not because you're not snowing that hard, anyways. It's because at that point you're dry slotting more so than anything else. And then even then, look what you do on the backside. You go back to snow. And regardless, you get a big front end thump. This seems like an area that's going to get hit pretty hard, in my opinion. So the point of this exercise for you all is to understand what is actually going to happen in reality, not what models show on a p-type map. It's very easy to look at the precipitation. It's very easy to look at that 850 line and think a certain thing. So keep that in mind. Why does sleet turn back to snow? It's because of we were just discussing it. It's dynamic cooling. We can go back. Let's pull another mid-Atlantic. Let's go to Jersey. Jersey, by the way, has some of the best pizza. Some of the best pizza. I need to get to Jersey more for pizza. The problem is you got to go through New York City, unlike Connecticut. And that right there, the toll bill to do that is just not worth it always. Let's go to let's go South Jersey. Let's go South Jersey Regional Airport. Let's see here. All right, now we're snowing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go. Then you go. Now you're mixing, and then maybe you even go to. You might even be that actually might be sleet, even though you go above 32 at the surface. Maybe it's rain, but this is Cape May right here. So if you're close to here, this might be relevant to you. But this is what 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. That right there is probably models picking up on a little bit of dynamic cooling, picking up on it just barely. But you're ripping. Look at that. The omega's -3. That is insane. That is, it's probably close to -2. That is insane lift in your dendrite growth zone. That means your snowflakes, you'll get those big, fat dendrites, right? Those gorgeous looking flakes that accumulate really well, that also compact a little bit. But this is a place here. You're going to tell me you're going to get 10 out. You're going to get 10 hours of snow here in Cape May. If we're just assuming, let's assume the Euro is close to correct, and that's not going to be the case, we know. And this is right. We've kind of hit about as far north as we've seen yet on guidance out of the last couple days. If you account for the windshield wiper, which can maybe tell, it's not always the case, and I hate saying that sometimes, but if you account for it, you usually pick up on it after the case, not before. But let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's say about not. We'll even say conservative. Let's say 9 hours. I mean, three of those hours, you're probably going to get at least inch per half per hour rates. We'll call that 4.5. We'll be conservative. 3 of those hours, you get the 4.5 right there. Let's say 3 more hours, you get 3/4 inch per hour rates, we'll call it. So that's about 2.3. And let's say the warm tongue advances even more, quicker. Let's say it goes another hour earlier, and you only get 8 hours. You get 2 more hours, let's say, of 1/3 of an inch. And we'll say that's about 0.7. That rounds up to. You just got 7.5 inches of snow in Cape May. You just got a full out snowstorm in Cape May. Is it the 12 plus you were maybe hoping for? No. But it's still an all out snowstorm. And then you go to sleet and rain and the mixed bag after that. And maybe you finish with some flakes on the backside. I don't think anybody in Cape May would be complaining if you were able to get 6 to 10 inches out of this storm, in my opinion. And this is conservative. This may be conservative. We were ultra conservative here. You want to go more? If you want, let's play the ceiling game. Let's play the ceiling game. Let's say you go 2 inch per hour rates for three straight hours, and let's go south. Let's say South Jersey, there along the coast of South Jersey. So let's say that's a 6. Okay, and let's say you do really well. You get more inch per hour rates. Now you get to 9, those 3 next hours. And let's say you go 4 more hours and you don't mix. And let's say they're half inch per hour rates, and you add another 2. You now get to 11 inches of snowfall in Cape May, right along the South Jersey coast. Or this may not be Cape May. This is South Jersey Regional Airport. Sorry, I don't know why I kept saying. I thought I chose Cape May, but it's the same purpose applies. South Jersey. I mean, we just looked at New York City, Joe Weather, which is in an even better spot. My dog's stomach is rumbling like crazy right now. Oh, I'll plug this back in. The charger came undone for a second. But yeah, so this is the game I play, guys, when trying to do my snowfall maps. This is why sometimes my snowfall maps look different than other people's. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're close. Other times they're not. But it's because you have to actually do the game. You got it right. Remember the movie Moneyball? Athletics. It's not really. I'm not a. It's not a. It's not exactly like that. But you got to do the math. How many hours are you going to snow? What are you going to do in those hours of snow that actually happen? What's the low end and what's the high end? And I don't know why my pen tool is lagging so much right now. There we go. So start pinpointing what could potentially happen within reason, and then what could go wrong and how much snow you would get. And that's basically what defines my snow ranges. Where can we access? I made a threat map already. I can pull it up. I probably should have already. But I don't do beyond the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. And even then I don't do the full Mid-Atlantic. I can pull up my threat map though. Oh, that's the one thing. A lot of people worried about warm air advection, worrying about that mix line. But one thing you have to remember with these setups here is that they tend to produce some very heavy snowfall rates, and so you can still mix. Oh yeah, this is my puppy, by the way. You see that? It's kind of a psycho. Yeah, we did get we finished, oh by the way, last night 2.9 is what we finished. I think I accidentally said 2 point. We finished with 2.9. So that gets us to exactly 30 inches of snow on the season now. 30 inches of snow on the season now. Listen, I really can't. I can give you a general idea. Is that I would say you probably have a good shot for at least double digits there. No, you're not bothering. It's just I am not from that area, and I can give you a good idea of the general specifics of the event and break down the meteorology and how it could impact, but the topography, the geography, understanding all the little ins and outs and how that plays in that area, it's unfair to me and you to try to give you the best accurate forecast for those areas. So this is the threat map I made, and I'm going to hold firm on this. Now, this I made to the southern edge. We'll see. We can refine this a little bit, but you got to listen. This was a map made 4 days out almost. You got to listen. There's a little bit of leeway for such a large area. There's 50 million people living in this area almost. It's like 40 to 50 million people living in this threat map that I make. There's a little bit of leeway here. That yeah, maybe the perfect line isn't going to be exactly. Yes, I live right around here. That's around where I live. Boston's here. Worcester's here. Maybe not that much. Close to there. You got Providence. You got Hartford over here. You got New York City. You got there's this the Capital District up here. You got Northeast PA, Scranton, Wilkes-Barre. This is where I live. You got Philly down here. You got Baltimore down here. You got DC further down. When I made the size of the map, I decided, yeah, I'm not gonna bother with DC, and but I still forecast for DC, obviously. Louisville cooked? I don't think so. I think we broke it down. We just broke it down in depth, and I don't know why. You would think Louisville is cooked, as the real youngins say, but I still like this. We may have to. We may even probably, especially back here. I'm probably going to push it as we adjust. And we may expand this even more, just as a result of ratios being so high. Not necessarily the heaviest preset being back here, though. And that's why I say 18 plus possible. When I said this is because, yes, within this area, there's going to be 18 plus possible, absolutely. Potentially even back into here. I'm not ruling out 18 plus as not a possibility into these areas. Do you prefer the GFS or the Euro? Neither. I don't prefer either. I think they're both models. My threat, I'm not going to say that one. And see. Morristown, New Jersey Airport. What is that? Is that North Jersey? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe you mix there, and then you pull back. There's your drier period, just due to the upper level low being that you weren't going to snow anyways, and then you go back to snow to finish. You see that? Then you get some more snow on the backside. So you still get crushed there. The White Mountains of New Hampshire and Green Mountain probably get more snow than the low. It's really going to be so cold there, and honestly, the warm nose is going to be actually probably higher up, so that it's not necessarily going to be all that different, probably, in my opinion. That's not going to define the storm for them. Um, 12 plus in the Philly area is absolutely possible. I'm still going with a floor of 6 to 12, and I still think you can get about. I still think you can get 10 to 18 plus in Philly. Probably a floor of like 6 of. If you want to do an extreme floor, I guess, in Philly, we'll say an extreme floor of like 5 to 8. A middle ground would probably be like 8 to 14 right now, and then a ceiling of like 14 to 20. It's probably not a bad bet, honestly. Kind of like that. Everything could go wrong in Philly, and you still get a winter storm. Everything you could imagine going wrong in Philly, and yeah, I think you would still get a winter storm. Same with New York City, Jersey Coast, Baltimore, maybe even DC. If you don't mind hitting the like, it'd be appreciated too. How do I feel about the NBM? I think it's just there. I don't really care about it that much. It doesn't impact my snowfall totals. It's just a smoothed out area of snow. It's not necessarily the best thing to use, in my opinion. Well, yeah, NBM can show a lot. Orographic should help the mountains with lift. I think for those areas, I mean, we almost always see the Binghamton band. I'm telling you, you'll probably see it on radar, especially once you get that southwest flow going. You'll get that. You'll just watch it. Just watch it. You'll see it on radar. There'll be this weird band that just sets out here. It gets out into here. It happens every time. My wonder is, where does the 700 volt banding show up? Does it show up like right here, and then right to the north just gets raked here? Well, then right to the here gets the 850 stuff, just getting raked. And then there's a subsidence zone right here. Or is it a little bit further south? I would hate to be in the subsidence zone. That would kill me. There's been too many. I do well in a lot of storms, but there have been too many massive storms that have happened over the last 15 years where I've been stuck in the subsidence zone, and it's prevented me from getting those 20 to 25 plus totals and all those major storms we had. And there's been a lot of these areas here I've had like 22 feet plus, like a lot of times, like several times over the past like since 2013. And it's been, my last time I did it was 2015. And a lot of these areas have had it since multiple times. So not that I wouldn't be happy that we get, a big storm, just semantics. There's no way for me to see your snowfall map. I'm on stream showing what I'm showing right now. So, I wouldn't pull up a comment or stuff like that right now. So, sorry, man, but 4-inch, we talked about it. There's probably it's going to be one of those storms where 2 to 4 inch per hour rates are possible, and I wouldn't be shocked if even higher than that as we get closer. But we can't pinpoint that until we get the real specifics down of the setup. The only difference here, though, Weck, is the banding is not going to be. It's going to be more closer to here. It's not going to be it's going to push through here, but the consolidation of the dynamics is actually probably going to be closer to these areas here. Not that it's not all going to push back through here. Here's another thing. Here's another thing with this system. What models show where they place the banding on those snowfall maps never almost line up with what the synoptic setup shows. Go to the 250 jet here. I'm looking at this right now. I'm looking at all of this area here. Just getting raked. Goes back into here as well. I think that could get pretty far north up there. Right entrance region, baby, of that jet streak. See it? And then you get the dual jet. Remember we talked about this? Anytime you get the dual jet structure, that means there's a lot of lift happening at the same time. That's a strong dual jet structure you have right there too. Because that secondary jet, you see, goes to meet the first one, and it just keeps pumping lift in. And look at that. You just get more and more and more. And you get the transfer to happen as well. Then you get into the exit region too, potentially. Just more and more lift popping on top. See that right there? You get that jet streak that forms right there. And then that right entrance region starts cooking again. Anytime you're looking at the upper level jet here, anytime you're looking at it, look for the core of it. The strongest, break it up, and then go to that. You go right under it usually, especially in this setup here. Especially when it strengthens a lot in a quick amount of time, like right there in those hours, like man. These areas here are just getting raked with snow Sunday evening. And it's not that it doesn't go into these areas. It absolutely does here too. I'm just saying the longest period. And in my opinion, this is where it's just the ceiling. This is where the best dynamics are going to want to consolidate the longest. They're going to want to go towards the lift. It's like a traffic jam, right? It's fast, 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 slow down, and then fast, fast, fast again, right? Slow down in the traffic jam, and then everybody wants to get out, right? All the air particles then want to go meet the jet core. Fast, 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 right? You're driving on the highway, you're going fast, and then boom. Now all of this rising motion happens in this area. All of this lift happens in this area. All of this rising motion now across these areas. And now it goes and meets here. In your precip shield, in my opinion, might get back all the way back into here based on that. But your heaviest snow, probably I'd be looking at the biggest ceiling in that, right in there. Just looking at the 250. This is the upper level jet stream right here. Boston went aggressive. I'm not surprised. They pull the trigger sometimes. Sometimes they go very conservative, but other times they pull the trigger. I just wish there would be more connection between the offices. That's it. So New Hampshire is in a great spot. I don't mind looking at it. It's just it's not going to mean anything to me, though, guys. It really doesn't. My forecast has nothing to do with theirs. Absolutely nothing. I could care. It's not that I don't respect them. We have some. There are some really smart people working at the National Weather Service office. It's just that's not important for me. Look at that. We have cold weather, extreme cold warnings too. We're gonna get so freaking cold. Let's look at these wind chills here. Okay, let's not. I don't care. You just showed the. Yeah, here we go. Hey, do we flirt close to -20? Pittsfield does. Look at these wind chills. Brutal. Brutal this weekend. Absolutely brutal. And then look at the wind chills during the storm. Nantucket is the only place that gets into the teens and 20s with the wind chill, and Hyannis. It's gonna be so cold during the storm. I made sure to order some new gloves and socks, so I can go outside a lot and not freeze my freaking butt off. But okay, we can look at their snow map. I don't mind. It makes sense. I mean, they stick to their ranges too. They don't adjust. They keep the same ranges. So that's their map. Look at that. Yeah, that redevelopment right there. The edge of the left exit region of the initial jet, and then the new jet that comes along. Let's see if the Euro. No, just offshore with it. The one next week. It's not a guaranteed hit. It's just a storm signal. That's it. That one next week. Just a storm signal. Can you look at National Weather Service New York? No, only because I don't want to start looking through every single National Weather Service office then. I don't want to do that. Yeah, just they'll keep changing. We'll see. Remember, it's the time frame too. It's not just one period. It's not just there. It could be really anywhere from like January 29th to like February 3rd or 4th ish in that time frame. About 6 to 10 days from now. So we may have another one to track at some point. We can compare that with the GFS, I guess. See that initial overrunning there? Mid-Atlantic gets into that initial overrunning, and then boom, look what happens. Oh, look at the double jet structure. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. All of this lift here that's starting. So you get all this precip that's going out to here. And all of this lift back here is going to meet. I'm telling you guys, it is going to rake Snowfall. Just get raked. Look at that. Oh my God, that is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. Look at that. All of that is intense rising motion going to meet the jet core. This is intense lift all going to meet here. All throughout here. Intense snowfall rates. 1 to 3, 4 inch per hour snowfall rates in those. I'm telling you. That's a lot of the 250 jet. And look at that. Look at how the jet core intensifies. Yeah, the GFS is even better than the Euro, in my opinion. That is a gorgeous run. Gorgeous. Yeah, we just showed some of that next week. Warnings for Pittsburgh says 10 to 14. That could even be conservative. I think it's more. I think it's more like. It might be more like 12 to 20 in Pittsburgh. I'll say like 10 to 18 to be conservative, but it might end up being more. 12 to 20 ish. Maybe even, you can't rule out isolated higher totals. Pittsburgh could really be in a good spot. I'm telling you, there's another secondary ceiling for our area here that I'm watching, and it's like right in here. I'm keeping an eye on that area because you get the overrunning to start. You see that overrunning precip right there, and then you get the next batch, and then you just hold on to it. But this is what everybody, I think, is talking about. So the National Weather Service, whatever this says, is what they're going to go with, is the thing you got to remember. So that's what they're going to go with. That's why you saw what you saw in the latest. The MBM is showing that. So they're going to go with that. Yeah, the MBM is showing 30 inches of snow right there. Not that that matters. It just is. So 18 and 24 back through here. And that's why they did that. And they did it through here, they're all showing these totals. And I'm not gonna lie, guys, that's not, in my opinion, that's not unrealistic. I know everybody is so concerned, and I'm not. It's less about these areas that I'm trying to make the point about. It's more so these areas back into here. especially these suburbs back into here, north of DC, I would not be so concerned right now. I really wouldn't be. You have to logistically, right? I want to change. Oh, if you don't mind hitting the like too, it's very helpful. I want to change this narrative here that if you mix, it's over. It's not the case. You can mix and get dumped on with snow. You can mix for hours and hours and hours and still get 10 to 18 inches of snowfall. That, like, I just want to get that to be clear. You have to understand the setup we have in favor. It's not just going to be if you snow for like even 6 hours, you're going to get winters. You're going to get snowstorm totals, likely. So let's keep that in the perspective here of like what's logistically going to happen. So I'm gonna, not that we're not even close to we don't yet have to be anywhere close to done. We're gonna look at the ensembles and stuff, but I'm gonna make a little tweak to my threat map. Well, I'm gonna make a little tweak, and I'm gonna extend the line of double-digit potential snowfall a little bit farther north. But I'm not touching it at all. I want to leave it. I want to leave it. I just want to account for that a little bit more. That's the only thing I'm gonna do. So the cool thing about being a weather person is that you get to make your own maps. And so it's a little bit of drunk with power, but I enjoy. It's very fun to do. But with great power comes great responsibility. So even if we mix in Gloucester County, 8 to 14 isn't just melting. Maybe 2 to 5 is, but hey, I'll take it. Yeah. Mesomodel is going to print some crazy totals, I'm sure. Well, I bet they will. I bet they will. And that's the thing. People that are using the NAM right now, long range NAM is not helpful. People are saying, "Oh, it's good for the warm tongue." Yeah, but what if it's completely wrong with the setup right now? Then that doesn't matter then. So if you're using a model that doesn't have the setup right, and you're saying that's where the mix line is, that's very unhelpful. Yeah, hi NC player. Okay. I want to add to this a little bit. You know, I'm not touching this. I could. I'm not playing around. I'm keeping it. I'll maybe add a text thing. I'll maybe add a text thing that says like slightly lower floor. That's the only thing I'm gonna do. But I'm sticking to my guns here. That's what I'm gonna do. And that doesn't mean every single spot maybe sees 10 plus inches in these places here. Maybe not. Maybe some places it's more maybe it's more like 8, but waffles and bacon. Yeah, that's pretty close to my go-to breakfast when I go to a diner right there. For me, chocolate chip pancakes like a 7-year-old, and then a lot of bacon on the side. So this was the shape here. Oh, bye bye. Sorry, nobody gets a snowstorm. Just accumulating snow. See, I can do that. I can take away all your snow right now, people. You see that? Nobody gets snow. I'm taking it all away. I'll bring it back. Don't worry. Don't worry, it's back. Okay. Um, I'm gonna call this. Um, actually, we opened this like 10 minutes ago, so I gotta be true to the timing of when we open this. I gotta be accurate. Sorry, that's just the OCD kicking in. It's not a word. Where is my server at? What do you mean my server? This is Photoshop. This is all this is. This is Adobe Photoshop 2023. I don't feel like updating it. As long as I can use it, I'm not going to update it. All right. Let's lock in here. I'm just touching this, by the way. I'm just touching it a little bit. I'm not going up to the border yet with it. For that one guy who wasn't happy that I put the line right next to Rochester and not in it, he's going to be very happy now. Not a shot, just letting you know. I'll account for some lake enhancement here. And we'll go a little bit more with it. Oh, that didn't come out right. There we go. All right, we'll leave it like that. Leave it like that. And then what we're going to do is boom. Always eat before these storms so I have enough energy to do snow removal. I'm not sure that's how it works, John. I'm not sure it's a 3-day lag process, but the srefs aren't amped, kind of concerning. No, that's not. That literally matters at all, and they don't go out all. It literally does. I'm telling you, Chef Curry, you got to relax on the modeling a little bit. It's not that important. Trust me. It's not that important. What's important is the end result, not the model's a snowfall output at this moment. It's very, very not that much important to me, in my opinion. So, we don't love. No, that's fine actually. Um, so I call it. Yeah, I mean the UCMET is not gonna tell you what's gonna happen. I don't know what you mean by it. The models don't matter that much. They really don't. It's what's actually gonna happen. Like you could look at all the models you want, and it's still not gonna give you what's actually gonna happen. Like 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 like, and I don't mean this. Don't take this in like a rude or hateful way, but like, do you want what's gonna happen in reality, or do you want what models show? Like, not like what do you want, but like in terms of information. My job is to tell you what's actually going to happen, not just what models show. Like I could give two craps on what a UCMET snowfall map looks like so far out. It's not that I call it's not anything. It's not anything. It's just you got to be careful how you use models. And you just their models are a tool. They're not the forecast. And you have a pretty good shot at that in New York City. You very well might do that. Maybe you come up just short, or maybe you go way over that. We've made the forecasting thoughts pretty clear here. So there's no 0Z, there's no 06Z model run that's going to come out over the next 6 hours. That's going to change my thoughts, and probably not one that's going to do it tomorrow either. And we got to get the text again. I'm gonna move this. Yeah, we just showed it, Joe Weather. We briefly pulled up the map, and I'm not surprised. Not surprised. It was a pretty impressive ceiling with the storm. Just not 100%, not 100% sold that the biggest totals would be right here. I could also see them being right here. So we'll see. We'll see exactly, or maybe it could be both. Could be the 850 kicks in 700, and we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Here's what I'm gonna do. Right now, I'm making a map, or I'm adjusting my map, I should say. Hmm. The map has been up for an hour. No, it hasn't. The map has been up for 20 minutes, if that. I have no idea what you're talking about. And I've been talking for most of it as well. Change it to potential? No, it's my map. It already says potential. Monitoring its potential. This map has not been up. No, I didn't. I was still adjusting it. I have a feeling the storm will linger. Well, yeah, that's second part of the system. Just caught up from the beginning on 2 times. You got my hopes up for New York City. I don't know why anybody's hopes should be so down right now. Should stay live till the storm ends. Oh boy. We'll probably do a live stream during the storm, during this one. But I like to enjoy the snow as well a lot. And I don't know why that looks so high. 6, 4. I mean the scratch disc. I hate that. I gotta figure what that. Figure out what that is. Any thoughts as to NBC 10 only when showing higher total? I don't look into that. I'm not looking into that right now. That doesn't matter too much to me. The storm hasn't happened yet. How could everybody be down if the storm hasn't happened yet? I don't understand that. All right. So what? You're getting a snowstorm. Why are you? Think about how I put this into my Discord yesterday. Think about you're not getting screwed though. The storm hasn't happened yet. Oh come on! What is with the scratch disc? I don't understand. Why can't you save? This is important. I need to know how to save. What any Photoshop people in here right now? Oh, it's space? Well, I mean, that's going to be tough to fix if I still have the map here. Then I can't save it. All right, I just got to screenshot this and I can adjust it. Okay. Yeah, but the models don't define the storm. You're assuming the models define the storm. Models do not. Did I spell potential wrong? Oh yeah, I did. Well, now I gotta screenshot it again. Okay. That wasn't from what I did. Apparently, I put that up in. You can obviously see we're not a big time operation. All right. All right, pulled into our guns here. Yeah, we'll we'll break that down next. NZ Play, I don't know. I don't know how to help you there. we're breaking down. I'm making a threat map, or I'm adjusting it, and answering people's questions at the same time. So trying to multitask and give a decent product. And I guess we'll have to just fix the scratch disk after at some point. Just no, you don't. You just need to save it. Whatever. I give up. It's not going to save this, but. So I'm not going to know where I put that last night, but it's fine. All that work gone for nothing. Okay. Copy this here, and then I also want to talk about the ice. Now let me get to YouTube. I'm old school and not great with computers. My son does it for me. Yeah, I am. I can be, and other times I'm not. When I know what I'm doing, I'm like Steve Wozniak. But when I don't know what I'm doing, I am not any better than you, John. So I need to always know what I'm doing. I am Italian, by the way, as well. Not all Italian. So we got some Italian, some French Canadian. We got a lot of different things. Invalid file format? What do you mean? Is this one invalid? Oh, come on. All right, so what we'll do is I'll try to remember to screenshot it and then post it to YouTube after. For some reason, it's not Technical problems. You think models are overdoing the warm nose? I don't know. I don't know. The setup isn't locked in yet. That's the problem. Everyone's talking about a warm nose when the setup isn't locked in. I can't tell you where exactly the warm nose is going to be if I don't know the specifics of the setup still yet. The exact specifics. We know the general idea. That does not mean we know the specifics yet. I still think this holds merit. This holds gravity. I'm still going to lean towards the low pressure popping out here. It's going to go like this to here into here. That's where I'm going to lean still. Still going to lean there. Now, could we see it pull a little bit closer? Sure. But I think we lock it. The high is now more locked in. We go from a moving high here. And listen, for if you want to say like, not saying any of you are, but this is stuff I see sometimes when other people give crap to others, like wish casting and stuff like that. Guys, I got nothing to wish cast. I'm getting slammed with snow either way here. I'm getting slammed with snow either way. So for me, this doesn't really just makes a difference on the ceiling for me, for those that would maybe think that, but I'm just trying to give you the best analysis I can. That's just about it. So I'd expect something to pop. Try to pop around here, and then I bet you that's what we see. That's where I'm gonna lean. Look how warm we are in the Gulf right now. This could support a hurricane right now. That's the warmth we have in the Gulf right now. Good agreement with models and don't even have the storm yet. I mean, relatively. The reason we have good agreement is because the general pieces are so large, it would be really hard to not have decent agreement. When you have these major snowstorms, it's very rare, unless it's like a coastal offshore system. That's a little bit different. When you have this Miller A that eventually is going to turn kind of into a Miller B, that there's usually a pretty good idea when all of the energy is coming ashore. Now, I want to get to some of the ice here because listen, up here in the Northeast, guys, we're going to get a lot of snow, but there's going to be a serious ice problem with this system here, serious, and I mean, I'm sure you all have friends and family. I mean, y'all have friends and family down in the South. But so this is semi-relevant to probably some of you as well, even if you're not living there. And thank you so much, John Connellan. I want to say Connellan or Connellan. So yeah. Will there be ice in Columbia, South Carolina? I think that I probably because you have to remember. So let's go to low levels. This is your low. These are 925 temps here, and this may not even do it well enough. It's going to be really at the surface. Here's another thing. Here with this setup. We have a fresh snowpack that's still in place. A lot of these places here. We have a fresh snowpack that's in place for a lot of places in here. This only funnels down the cold air even more. Anytime you have a fresh, a strong CAD signature over fresh snowpack, that only funnels down the cold even more. And so with the setup, you have to remember is you have a strong warm nose aloft. Strong warm nose, right? So what this means is, if I go back to 850s, look at those temperatures change. You see that? Now look at the 850s. All your temperatures above freezing. Above freezing. So the higher elevations could get lucky with sleet. It's possible. But look how strong the warm nose is here. And let's go do it. Let's go take, we were doing soundings for snow. Let's go get soundings for ice. And I'm going to show you why. You may start as sleet, but with such a prevalent warm nose, such an influx of warm, moist air coming in from the Gulf, from two moisture sources, the Gulf and the East Pacific, both areas in the tropics, subtropics, you're going to get a notable warm tone with this system. So let me get to oh, choose here. Since we had South Carolina asked first, I don't mind going there. Columbia Airport. You can get very cold right before the setup as well. And these are interesting soundings being taken right now. And there we go. Then we start getting boom. Right there. That maybe you could start as sleep. Maybe could. But look how strong the warm tongue is. That's your freezing line aloft above the surface. So the moment this creases, you have a snowflake here, believe it or not. This is all snow right here. And once you get to right here, well, actually, it'd be like right here. And then once you get here, that means you go to rain, and then it's a matter of how long do you stay here and then come back. I still think I would lean ice here on this sounding, in my opinion. Maybe you could get lucky. Maybe it's a mix. And then even see how that warm tongue starts to go even more, but you still stay below freezing. This is all ice. This is freezing rain right here. And you see this little dryness right here? People are talking about a dry slot. That does not help your ice chances, in my opinion. That doesn't help. That does not help, in my opinion. That makes it easier for it to accumulate. That makes it easier. These are all great freezing rain soundings, in my opinion. And then eventually you go to rain by the end of the system in South Carolina. But at this point, you're not even rain. It's just light rain. You're not taking away from the ice. And then maybe a little bit of rain. That right there is rain. And then it pulls off again, and then storm's over. Not before, though. You do how many hours? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe about 12 hours of sleet and freezing rain across those areas. It's not what you love to see, and that's way into South. That's back into central South Carolina still. Go towards the coast, Myrtle Beach, somewhere like that. It's going to be more just rain. Fortunately for you people down there on the coast, you're going to get lucky. Trust me, you don't want the ice. Go to Greenville though. Take a look at this. That's sleet. That right there is sleet. See how far back you come here? Notable warm tongue, but you get very cold again for long enough. That's sleet, but look what starts to happen here. Warm tongue even farther, freezing rain now. Freezing rain, freezing rain, freezing rain, freezing rain, and then you hold right along the freezing rain border to maybe rain. And so that accumulates. I'm telling you, even if you just get 4 to 6 hours of ice, you can get, a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice just like that. So now imagine if you're freezing rain for 12 hours. Now we start talking about the potential for at least a quarter to half inch of ice. And the infrastructure down south is not as good. It's not as good down there. So it's going to be really tricky. It's going to be really, really tricky. Get back into North Carolina again, where I think the ice potential is even more notable. You want to take a North Dakota sounding for a second? You see how cold it's going to be? Look at that. There's some snow there, almost. Look how cold they are, but that's ridiculously cold. That's insane cold right there. You want to know how cold they are? They're so cold that at 100 way up here in the atmosphere, 100 millibars in the atmosphere. You see that? They're only about 10 degrees warmer than the surface. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Let's see. Let's go to Charlotte. There you go. That's where about the starts. In that, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's still precipitation, just easier accumulation now. That's all that. That's all the dry. That's all that dry slot does, or that dry air intrusion there, right there. If this was snow, you would be pissed off and freaking out. But if you were snowing, that wouldn't be happening. Also, 750 feet elevation there in Charlotte. That's kind of impressive. Um, and that's start off as maybe some sleet. Now you're getting more freezing rain. The warm air is only increasing. So just because you start as sleet potentially in the Carolinas, do not think, oh, thank God we got off the hook. Do not. That is not the case. The warm tongue is only going to increase aloft. Watch, you see this here? The more we progress, this is only going to extend more, making it harder for this to refreeze before. Tatum, you just knocked my charger off. Dopey dog. Okay. I know you don't know any better, but it's not helpful, Tatum. But the warm tongue is only going to increase, and so that means it's going to make it harder for that precipitation. So this is now a raindrop at this point. It's only going to make it harder for it to refreeze before it can get to the surface, which means it has to freeze on contact of the surface. And so we keep going here, and you'll notice now we're pretty much freezing rain. Freezing rain. See, we're getting a little bit drier too, a little less saturated. That's going to make it only easier for that to accumulate as well. And you can see there's still pretty notable lift, which means you still have some strong banding going on, even despite the dry in the atmosphere. And I'm seeing all these, and I don't think that's going to be an inhibitor. And now you're rain. Now you've switched to rain at the end, and then maybe you go back, and then that's all dry. But if you were to get precipitation, it would be maybe snow. Which you probably won't. Let's go a little bit further north. Let's go to Fayetteville. That's sleet right there. And then now it's freezing rain. You see that? Now it's freezing rain. That's hours and hours. 4, 5, 6 at least. Assuming the warm tongue is being actually accurately estimated, which it probably is, and my guess is in the southeast, being so close to the ocean sources of the Pacific and the Gulf, it's probably underdoing it even a little bit. And so that's right there, probably about when you start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's almost 9 hours of freezing rain right there in Fayetteville. I do not know where Rackling County is. Sorry, I'm not from North Carolina. I'm from Massachusetts, but I wanted to cover the ice potential as well. Raleigh, another big epicenter of the ice potential and just a notable place in North Carolina. You actually have a chance to start as snow in Raleigh, believe it or not. You could start as some snow just looking at this. There's a chance. Small chance you could start as snow in Raleigh. I wouldn't favor it, but there's a small chance. So, right, take what you can get if you can get it. Oh, Lower Hudson Valley. That is not. We're talking about the ice right now, but Lower Hudson Valley is going to get crushed. Lower Hudson Valley is going to get, I think, at least 10 to 20 inches of snow. And then here, sleet. Now we're freezing rain, probably. Now we're starting to get close to freezing rain. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You never. I mean, Raleigh looks like to be an even worse area. 10 to 15 hours of freezing rain right there in Raleigh. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's accumulating freezing rain too. And that's not even sleet. Let's see how much hours of sleet you get. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least 6 hours of sleet as well. So you might get an inch of sleet. You might get a quarter to half inch of ice at least in Raleigh as well. You combine all that stuff. That's really tough on the south infrastructure. It's not designed as well, and we can't send a bunch of, we can't we there's only so much cleanup crews we can send because of, you got to remember how widespread. You got how widespread. You got to remember this storm is going from the southwestern United States in the southern plains to Maine. That's how large the extent of this is. Usually when there's a storm in an area, we can send all of that to one area. Like when we get a northeast blizzard, we can send all those plows coming up. They come up the coast, they come from other areas, they get sent here. The Midwest has their own snowstorm. The Northeast has their own snowstorm. The Mid-Atlantic has their own snow and sleet, whatever is going to happen down there. The South has their own sleet and ice storm. The Mid-South has their own snow, sleet, and ice storm as well. The Deep South has their own ice storm as well. Some places will get lucky with rain. The whole state of Texas is going to probably get winter weather out of this. And they have to test their infrastructure, their new infrastructure, which completely failed in 2021, as you all remembered. So you got to keep that in mind here. It's going to be state by state probably with this storm. That's what it's going to be. That's very difficult to do when we're talking about, especially you guys got to remember, we start talking about all these snowfall totals in the Northeast. If we really do get the 2 feet of snow places, or let's say if we get a 24 across like southern New England, let's say if we do, that is that's going to be difficult because we're not sending a bunch of plows from other areas to come help up here. They got to do their own thing back where they're living. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. It's not some crazy, oh my god, this is awful Armageddon. That's just a little factor. It's a little factor to keep in mind. Oh yeah, I'm sure the generators have been sold. Let's see Southern Pines, North Carolina. I do not know I know a good amount of North Carolina places. I don't know everywhere. I promise you I don't. Um let's try the Tri-County Airport here. Hey, you may start as snow. You may start as snow here. You could get you could get a couple. You could get if you're snowing heavy, you could maybe and then you go to sleep. But you could get a couple hours of snow still. Northern North Carolina. Keep it. I'm telling you, keep an eye on this. You could, if you're lucky, you could get just a little bit of snow maybe to start, especially Northern North Carolina. Maybe it's only like an hour, but hey, it's an hour more than nothing, right? But you can keep an eye on that. But then we go to sleep, and then we go to freezing rain, and then we go to rain, and then we stick as freezing rain. Maybe we finish again. So not too bad here by the Tri County airport here. Tatum is coming closer and closer. He wants pets right now. Let's try Concord. Yeah, that's no snow at all. You're not getting any snow. Um, and then sleet, no doubt. And then the wind, then right there. That's probably when we start flirting with the freezing rain potential. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then you just hold it. It may not be accumulating as much, but that's about at least 9 to 12 hours of freezing rain right there. Yeah, because up here, it's Concord. That's how you say it. Because we have a Concord, Mass, and we have Concord, New Hampshire. That's how we say it. In real, you could say it's a Concord. Um, if you were maybe British, Concord. But here in Mass, we leave off syllables, especially ARs. Concord. We would say it'd be a Charlotte. It wouldn't be Charlotte. It would be a Charlotte. It's just we leave stuff off. It's not too far off from the Australian accent. I don't know why it is, but it just is. Start getting into the elevation. A little bit, actually, not here at Boone. Sorry, but we start moving away. Or what was I trying to take? I was trying to take Asheville. Um, that's what I was trying to take. I was like, I wanted an elevation. Sleet, 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 freezing rain at the end, and then rain. Actually, you're pretty dry at that point. Dry slot, and then we go back to sleet maybe. That's way out. Let's go to Boone Airport. Boone. Maybe a little bit of snow to start. Maybe. No, maybe you might. You could get. You could. You could. Sleet, sleet, sleet. Freezing rain. Freezing rain. Freezing rain. Rain. Dry. Actually, nothing. No, nothing. That's not producing anything. So just giving you some perspective here. Let's move into let's find some Tennessee soundings as well. Yours. Let's go to Nashville. Somewhere I really want to go, by the way, is Nashville at some point. All right, let's see here in Nashville. Start as some snow in Nashville, potentially. But probably wouldn't be for long. Actually, if you're heavy, if you're Nashville, could you rip off some snow in Nashville? I'm gonna lean against it, but it's possible. Possible you could get some snow to start in Nashville, and then though sleet, and then freezing rain. That is more freezing rain because you see how long the warm nose lasts here. You see how North Carolina was going back a little bit sooner. Right here, the warm tongue's lasting for longer and then coming back at the last second. So even though maybe some of those North Carolina soundings were accumulating a little bit better, this is pretty prolific. And then at that point, it's just rain in Nashville. And then you come back, actually. Maybe a little bit of rain, and then freezing rain more in Nashville. More freezing rain, more ice. So it looks like a lot of freezing rain potential in Nashville, which is not good. We've had a lot of. I think it's Murfreesboro. I'm not even gonna try it. It's too. It's with the way how tongue tied I am. It's very difficult for me to say big words I don't know as well. It's ice gonna add up in sheltered valleys on the east side. Yeah. Okay. Start as maybe you get some snowflakes to start here and in Tennessee as well. Then you go to sleet, and then you go to probably still sleet, freezing rain now. Rain, rain. Looks like a lot of rain. I believe this is southeast Tennessee, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Let's get to Memphis. This is a little bit farther out of my expertise, but snow in Memphis, snow, sleet, freezing rain now. Back to sleet. You could get lucky in Memphis. You could get lucky with more sleet if you're lucky. I wonder how this compares to the NAM. NAM is a little bit more suggestive for freezing rain. But let's see. No, the NAM doesn't even bite on any snow potential here in Memphis. Sleet, maybe freezing rain. It's hard to say. It's really thin margins. That's a big warm nose, but you got to see how far back. You go so quickly back. to that -10 right there, that helps. Might be heavy sleet though. And then freezing rain. Freezing rain, freezing rain, freezing rain, freezing rain. Yeah. Then there's a lot of freezing rain potential in Memphis. Potentially heavy freezing rain. Because now the warm tongue is so prevalent that it's really hard for it to come back. So that's I just wanted to cover the ice threat as well because it's really going to do some damage. I think it's going to be even worse in some places across potentially Louisiana, Texas, maybe here in Memphis potentially as well here in Western Tennessee, but maybe into the Ozarks as well. We'll see, but I just think it's going to be pretty bad. I like to think so, NC player. I like to think so. It's I like to think it's pretty good channel we have here. Um, but we can see how much they actually put. Um, we can try to see how much they actually put in some of these numbers here, and then try to cut it down as well. But people see the smallest amount of pink and freak out. I would be I would be very surprised if we got freezing rain up in here. It would be sleet if it were to, and even then, you just got a bunch of snow before then. So, but wow, the euro it really holds on. Again, you got to cut these in a lot. You got to cut these. Take these, and it's going to be about 50 to 70%. I would say 50 to 70% of this, but that's still a lot. You're telling me that a half inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice is not going to be extremely impactful in these places here? Oh, of course it will. Even the Nam that likes sleep more. Some massive totals in here, and this would be your saving grace. This would be your saving grace in some areas, and I honestly think the dry slot is not as helpful for snow potential. But I shouldn't even be using the long range man. I really shouldn't be. Dumps a lot of sleet though. 5 inches of sleet down here. 7 inches of sleet, boy. That's listen. That's a little over. It's using the 3 to 1. So, but that would be bad. That would be very bad. 4 to 6 inches of sleet would be ridiculously bad. That would be terrible. And remember, you can measure sleet as well. Sleet accounts to your seasonal snowfall total. So whatever you get, be sure to measure it. And you can tag me in it, whatever. Comment on a post, tag me on it on X, whatever. But sleet counts to the accumulation. That applies to mid-Atlantic people as well. I don't think there'll be as much sleet to measure in the Northeast, but not that there couldn't be some, just it would probably be pretty light or not a lot. The wind is not going to be the wind's not going to be too bad. The wind is not going to be too bad. You could get some notable gusts. If you don't mind hitting the like as well, I appreciate it. Yeah, and you're welcome, Kelly, for covering the ice. West Virginia, we can look at in a second. It's going to be a real mixed bag there. West Virginia is a big state, though, so so I forget what I was going to say. The wind. The wind is not going to be too bad. The strongest potential for wind is eastern New England on Monday into Tuesday, and even then, I don't think it's going to be like a major wind threat. Could maybe give a chance for near blizzard conditions. That's the best. Um. Oh. I mean, I think you're going to get a pretty good front end thump in West Virginia. At least I think so. Regardless, even if you were in the southern part, but especially the northern part of West Virginia could get slammed on. Northern part of West Virginia could get absolutely raked. Chef Curry, I mean this in the nicest way. You do not need to look at the HRR at all. It is beyond useless right now. Trust me. If the run cannot finish the storm, is what I found with HRR in the NAM. It shouldn't even be looked at. It's not helpful at all. I will not be looking at the HRR probably until like Saturday. Maybe before that, just to get an idea in the beginning for soundings, maybe. But I'm telling you, you don't need to. The HRR is extremely unimportant. 20 mile per hour with all this frozen ice. I mean, 20 miles an hour wind though. You got to remember, you're not going to get. You're not going to get sustained 20 mile an hour winds. I would be shocked if we were to do that. I mean, I can double check. Surface wind. Why is it in knots? Oh, because it's zoomed out. That's why. Boy. I feel like the word "doy" got really left out of the equation. But you see this here? Look at sustained winds. And models always overdo it a little bit. Nobody, unless you're the high elevations, you're not going above 10 to 15 miles an hour on sustained winds. And then along the coast, potentially. So then we can start opening up. This is where we could maybe flirt with the B word here. Maybe. Look at the gusts, the gradient of the high pressure and the strengthening low pressure. You see that? Look where the gusts start going. See that? Maybe a brief period. Eastern Mass, 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe. But wind gusts in the Carolinas are not going to get above 20 to 25 miles per hour likely. Wind gusts and sustained winds are not going to be more than 10 to 15 miles an hour. It could get a little bit gusty, but it's not going to be. I guess there's a chance, but they're always overdue these. They always overdo these. The model guidance, so it's hard. I just other people can look at models and be like, that's what's going to happen, and it's just not a good thing to do. So I'm always looking at model runs like where is it wrong? That's how I'm looking at it. Is like what is wrong about this, and I got to pick it apart. Then it's like your boss basically. Your boss's job is to pick you apart so you can do the best for the company. Best bosses actually care about you as a person while doing that, so it doesn't make you feel crappy. That's kind of what I'm trying to do with the weather model. But this is a weather person, so I don't have to care about its feelings. I just need to provide the information. But my job is to figure out where is it wrong, because all of these are wrong right now. Every single model you see right now is wrong. I got to tell you how wrong though. Let's show you some satellite too. We've shown you enough models. Let's show you some satellite so you can see the storm starting to come together. And what I'm also going to do is try to remember. Do this, save photo, and I'm also going to post the threat map to YouTube right now as well. Again, if you're just joining, what we do here is we try to get away from the BS, and we just try to give you the in-depth analysis. If you love the science, if you love the meteorology, or if you're just intrigued about it and you kind of want to learn more, or if you want real in-depth understanding of the nuances behind the forecast that your local TV person probably is not going to tell you, or the National Weather Service, unless you read their forecast discussions, you're probably not going to get that information. So my job is to try to relay that information to you as simple as possible as I can. But I love deep diving and I love the science and the nuances behind it. So I really enjoy being able to explain this to you all. And my goal is you can let me know if you have already. That'd be awesome. If you've learned anything, if you've been able to learn something. And basically, I've self-taught all of this to myself. I don't know why I do things the hard way, but I decided to just self-teach it myself, just because it's a side passion, and it's turned into kind of an awesome thing here. So that's kind of what we do. We go across a lot of the eastern United States, but I am from Massachusetts, so we specialize across the 95 corridor of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. So that is I don't sugarcoat it. That's why the threat maps are Mid-Atlantic Northeast, because that's where I'm from. That's where I know. It's not fair for me to give a forecast for people outside of there. It's not fair to me or them. So that is kind of what we do here, and we try not to be one of those clickbaity channels that listen, I'm trying to intrigue you, hopefully a little bit with the thumbnail, just a little bit, just a teeny. I have to do a little bit of work there, but my job is not to clickbait you. My job is not to insanely overhype, even though I love the snow. And but I just try to give you how my brain is working. That's pretty much it. And hopefully we can keep growing a base here and try to help spread accurate and nuanced and in-depth actual weather forecasting. That's what we want. We want to get away from just showing models and not showing models, but showing model snow maps and P-type maps and just telling you that's the forecast. We're trying to get away from that. I'm trying to show you what models show and where they're wrong, and hopefully give you some nuance to it. And then also bring in live analysis like this and provide my thoughts, my insights, where I could be wrong, where I think I am right, or could be right, what I'm confident, what I'm not. Try to provide all the thoughts, and it's tricky, but doing what I can here in this one-man operation. My dog Tatum right now is currently holding his toy up on his back with two hands, like he just made a catch on the football field. It's it's hilarious. Um, Let me play the satellite loop for you here. Um, I hope it's mood. That's how to stay cold. Definitely keep up with the passion. You're doing amazing. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just posting this to YouTube here as well. Also, if you want to see Tatum content, you just got to go to my shorts feed, go to the past videos, and you can easily find it. So. All right, so the threat map is now posted on YouTube as well, so you can find it there. I'm glad I found you while watching Gerald. Yes, that's kind of the goal. Is that I'm not expecting when I go into Gerald's stream that everybody that watches me is gonna go, oh man, we got to. We definitely have to go see what he has to say. The goal is maybe out of those 1,000 people, maybe there's 50 people there that go, I think that's something I want to look more, or he's from my area as well. It's something I'm interested in as well to hear what he has to say. On those streams, I want to add as much as I can to help him in his forecast and help him with the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic aspect of storms, because that's where the most snowstorms happen, and I can provide good insight there. And then just try to be an adding force to what he's doing, but also try to inform people as well, and not shy away from making sure I give my thoughts and what I think is going to happen. Because what's the point of going on somewhere if you're not going to be yourself? So, and Gerald and I are also friends, so it's easy. The dialogue is pretty easy between us beforehand. We have like two Kellys in here right now. This is insane. It's frying my brain a little bit. I also like you are up late. I'm up late. I am only up late because this is when the peak time frame for the models is. I'm telling you guys, tomorrow, like ladies and gentlemen, Friday night, Saturday, ooh, those streams are gonna hit, man. Those streams are gonna hit. We're gonna have so many people in here. Yes, Tatum is a golden retriever. It's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be awesome because a lot of people that follow me are up early in the morning because of work. So, I think we'll get a chance. Will people be off work and they won't have to get up early, or school? I have a lot of people, a lot of kids too that follow. So, like high school kids. That are, future meteorologists, future weather people. So I think we're gonna have a lot of people in here tomorrow. It's a lot of Kellys all at once. It's intimidating. No, it's not. So this is what's going on right here. This is probably what stands out most right now, right? This is probably what stands out most. This is our amplification in the pattern. This though, this I'm keeping an eye on, and also associated what's going on here. Also notice, you see our Bering Strait teleconnection. 15 to 21 days from now, another system into the Bering Strait. This loaded pattern. Storm, East Coast storm. I don't know, I couldn't tell you where or how much snow or anything, but this will reflect here in about this will reflect for here at about 2 to 3 weeks from now. So keep an eye on that. Anything that goes up into the Bering Strait is a teleconnection we use. So keep an eye on that. This more here, we'll keep an eye on this for next week, the amplification, but take a look at our pattern here. This is current live upper level water vapor. So this is good to be able to pinpoint everything that's happening. The Sunday night football streams tomorrow and Saturday, yeah. Waiting all day for Sunday. There's your amplification. The pattern, obviously you can see the split flow we have around the big western ridge. Split flow meaning all this Pacific storms, all the Pacific storms that go through here in the upper level energy, dive over on top of the ridge. And then look how active the subtropical jet is here as well. You see that? So all of this upper level energy now working like this. Look at the fire hose. Do you see the fire hose here? You can go near Hawaii here. I try to give proper pronunciations for areas, like the Caribbean. That's why I like to say it like that, because that's how they say it. It's there. I try to give the best pronunciations for where people live that I can. But look at the fire hose. This is a direct. I mean, the snow. Hey, Tatum, you're tearing apart the chair. Let's go. Come on. Hey. You don't get to do that. You're not drilling for gold into the couch. Tatum. There we go. Play nice. What did the couch do to you? Jeez. So this is going to go directly. This is such an impressive storm. This is really, it's a blockbuster storm with the potential to be a historic storm. Yeah, I dare I say that, just because of how widespread the snowfall potential is. So this split flow here means you're displacing, right? It's pretty well known that it's very cold up here. So what this does is this brings down all this cold air now gets brought down. And look at the polar vortex here. You see that? Look how close. This is very cold air. And so now we have this lobe locked into here. So I'll draw a little bit less. So this is what's locked in. This is basically what we've been doing on 500 millibars. And so this gets kind of, this cold air is brought down. This, call it cross-polar flow, direct from the polar vortex. And also you have the polar air being displaced from here. That's the cross-polar flow that all the way back from Asia, this train of storms that goes like this, or maybe like this. So now everything has to go around the western ridge, around it. This is a massive system. I'm telling you, there's absolutely some potential with that next week. Absolutely. That kind of amplification, the pattern, absolutely. Just, you got to eyeball test some things sometimes. And so the split flow then is, look at this, strong subtropical moisture here, strong cold air source, notable upper level energy. These two meet up with this upper level low here. You see that? So this guy is currently spinning, and what this spin is doing is it's drawing in all of this strong warm tropical moisture. And it's actually it's not just bringing it in, it's more so it's organizing it around this area. That's what it's doing. But it's not that we wouldn't have this if this wasn't there. It's just this is help organizing it so that it can amplify into the flow and not just get spread out more. This is getting brought into the country. And so what that does is now we get this warm fuse of tropical moisture that gets from here. And then we'll get from the Gulf as well. So we'll have two sources of strong tropical moisture here that meet up with two strong sources of cold air here. Both of these providing upper level energy, along with this main piece here, this spin. All of these meet up together to create the storm of the year so far. You can see the tea leaves already being placed there. I'm telling you. The tea leaves are already being placed there. You notice that? Right in here. You can already see the foundation being laid out. You can already see the foundation being laid out here. I think there's some truth to that. That could end up being that could be end up being your primary or snow right there. That right there. I wonder if there's. I think there could be some tea leaves to that. This far out, but this is a pattern that kind of reveal. This is a setup that kind of starts revealing itself. What do you mean by the what exactly do you mean like that? Just north, like in regards to North Carolina? I mean, you have a pretty prevalent warm nose already. It would more so be if it's under modeled. Um, that's what would really be the case. Bismarck minus 23 wind chill. Are you from Bismarck? It's funny. We actually literally just showed Bismarck a sounding like a half hour ago. About dry slots getting pulled up. Just given the nature of the upper level energy, that's always probably a case. But I don't think that helps. I don't think that helps your ice potential at all, NC player. I think that only enhances it, in my opinion. The drier you are, the easier it is for it to accumulate. Right? Imagine thinking about it like this. Is it easier to accumulate the snow when you're 32 or 18 degrees? Right? It's easier when you're 18, when it's a colder, drier snow. 32 degrees, that wetter snow, it's a little bit harder to accumulate. Now, it's not a perfect analogy, but just to give you some perspective, that sometimes being drier through the atmosphere does not help, especially when freezing rain. Here we go. Look at this. Look at the flow here. So cool. I love looking at this. I think there's some tea leaves to this. I'll zoom in more. What a gorgeous upper level low this is, though. Look at the spin on that. That's gorgeous, man. That's unbelievable. That's so cool to look at. See how that though the spin here on this, helping organize all this subtropical flow up into here. You can't see that on a still image, but you can see that on satellite. All of this subtropical moisture is a complete fire hose. Remember we talked about the atmospheric rivers that happen here? Because when we talk about that in this, and we get this, remember the flooding we had bad up here earlier? It's kind of the same thing. It's just now it's a split flow. So some of it goes around and the rest goes under this big western ridge here. And so some of this upper level energy is going to get flown into here too. Some of it coming, and then you have your polar vortex. You see this upper level energy? This is your pathway here. Tea leaves, we don't need to doubt any phasing, I think, happening with this. We're definitely going to do at least a heavy partial phase or close to a full phase. This is it. This is where you're up. Everything is being set into stone now. Subtropical moisture coming around the upper level low. You'll have upper level energy that dives down a little bit here. All of these are coming together. And I'll zoom in for you. right there. That could end up being your heaviest axis of snowfall with this system. Now, maybe it's a little bit tougher up here. So maybe it's more like that. But I'm telling you, this is how I do my analysis, guys. I don't just go off models. There's always tea leaves you can find on satellite. And then this is where the strongest moisture will get pumped in. Right through here. Probably is probably this all of this into here. Now maybe besides some places that I'm just saying in general. This is probably the mixed bag here. I mean, into here it's a little bit different. So this probably would be more snow north of here, but in Oklahoma is a whole different deal, man. Snow, mix, snow again. They're gonna have an interesting setup here. Go Broncos, Seattle. Oh boy, have to disagree, Marcus Welby. Have to disagree. I asked because the area I live in, upstate South Carolina, it's misforecast because the warm air ends up coming further than they think. Um, well, this time we know it's going to happen, so it's not really up for debate. That's what's causing the ice potential in the first place. Make sure too. Here's another thing. This is really important for people with that that are down in the south and even maybe into the Mid Atlantic as well. If you are going to get freezing rain, but you start as sleet, take a, get the sleet off everywhere you need to go first. Walkways, driveway, whatever, your car, get it off because the freezing rain is gonna slam. Imagine you put water in the ice cube bin and then you put it in the freezer. What happens? You're not moving that. It's ice now, right? That's what happens. You're just putting freezing rain on top of that ice. That wasn't the best analogy, but hopefully you get the idea. That freezing rain is going to go. Imagine all of this sleet accumulating here. That freezing rain is falling on top of that. All that's going to do is now ice that. Ice all of that down so it's stuck and you can't move it now. And you have to wait for it to melt. Do not remove the sleet. Remove any sleet accumulation you get. Otherwise, it is going to be a you know what to remove. It's going to be very difficult to remove. So make sure you remove. And this is just not over this area. I'm just saying. I'm drawing a magical. This is top of the atmosphere. That rain falling that freezes on contact. You have sleet there already. Remove the sleet. Do what you can. Shovel it. Get it off. Get it out of the way. Because I'm telling you, we get it all the time up here. We get sleet, freezing rain, snow. It happens all the time up here. Usually several times in winter, and at a minimum. Already had it twice. Already had two systems where we've had sleet and freezing rain. So just make sure that you remove it. Again, even if you're not going anywhere, because the sleet sticks around, and if you ice that down, you're gonna have to wait for it for a while to melt. Sleet holds. Sleet takes forever to melt compared to snow because it's a 3-to-1 ratio versus a 10-to-1. It takes forever. So that was a good thing I mentioned there because that's hopefully that helps at least a few people that are in the chat right now because that'll absolutely play a part. Looking at the upper levels, go to mid levels. I think there's something to that. There might be something to this here. might be something to that. There very well might be. This could be your favorite snow corridor here potentially. Not that you don't mix, just that might be where I'm looking. Oh, do not drive, yeah. Four-wheel drive's always better. And that all that means is if you don't have four-wheel drive, what are you doing on the road at all? But it's not even four-wheel drive is not going to be your savior here. Um, it's just with the freezing rain, you just have no traction, and so it doesn't matter what kind of wheels, whether you're two-wheel, four-wheel drive, it doesn't matter. All-wheel drive, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter. You lose all your traction. When you get that ice on the roads. So it's very, very difficult. But let's say in case of emergency, something crazy were to happen, you had to. Um, first, I would try to call 911 in case something were to happen. See if you could get them to help you first. But um, if you absolutely had to, let's say maybe it's a couple days after and there's still some slick spots, and you're going to somewhere. Ease up on the brake. Do not hit the accelerator very fast. Okay, the less you can do that, the more you can avoid changing speed all that fast. It's a lot easier on your tires and the traction to be able to do that. I'm telling you, I have a lot of experience with just as a storm chaser, but also living here and driving through the conditions for for a long time now. I remember I've lived here for decades now, so I have some experience with all the mixed bags of snow, sleet, freezing rain, all of it. Um, so just that's the biggest thing I can recommend with that is that you don't go too fast if you absolutely had to. Ease your way into turns too. Don't hit the gas or the brake as if you can. Slow down enough so when you have to take a turn that you don't have to hit the gas or the brake. You can just turn the car without having to do that. That's one thing I was really really helpful because it's usually when you hit that gas or the brake and that tires have to change quick in a short amount of time when they that and that's when they lose traction easiest. If you were in PA right now, if you were in Pennsylvania right now, Kells, I gotta. It's two Kelly, so I gotta say your actual usernames. You be getting a lot of snow, that's for sure. Also, as a last resort, if you absolutely had to, you could always go book it. You could always go book a hotel up north. This is a really drastic scenario, but if you felt like you just wanted to live a life, there's not going to be school for like a week or something or whatever, you could always do that. There's somewhere where there's going to be snow, but that's a more drastic, not really a necessary thing to do, but just an option that I would mention. Um, if you felt completely unsafe or you felt like you couldn't really do much in your area, worried about having no power for a while, you could always do that. I don't know, uh, Chef Curry. I don't know. I know he would be all over this. So if there's got to be, he's still got to have some stuff going on in his personal life that's really impacted him. But I'm looking. I think there's some tea leaves to this. I think there is. This could end up being south of here. You get some front end thump, but this is where the heaviest. This is where the good stuff happens. And if you notice, DC is right on the line, just to the north. Again, it was a drastic scenario. I'm just saying, with if you absolutely had to, I just wanted to provide another perspective. I know hotel prices are rather expensive these days, and hotels they jack up the price when they when it storms happen and that stuff happens. For it's awful. The price gouging that goes on, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, we look at the name. You're not gonna change my mind at all on anything. There's nothing that this name could show that's gonna change my thought process that much. Something might interest me, but nothing's gonna change my thought process all that much. Initially, looks like we're a little bit faster with the flow. A little bit more suppressed out in front with the confluence. Um, See that? Not tilting this as back as far, and this is a little bit further suppressed. But the Baja low is not any further back as well. Baja low gets captured a little bit easier. The better that listen, if you want to try to figure out how we can get the most snow out of this, is the more the better the better these three pieces can organize without height lines rising up here. Height lines holding firm. You see the confluence here, right here, this piece? The more this holds while these can organize, which is possible, but that's what I'm saying. It's a little bit of threading for the highest ceiling. Um, all of these areas improve. All of them. All of them improve for snow potential. I just can't explicitly forecast that right now. But if we see it come together, if I start to see that come together potentially, then we can up it. But that doesn't change the fact that I still think a lot of areas are going to do just fine. Yeah, oh, that's a big difference. You see that? That's a big difference. This is why you don't put too much stock on the long range NAM. It's going to keep changing, and it's why you don't put too much stock on models in general right now. I would love to. I would love for these three pieces. This here, your Baja Low, and your Northern Branch. Would love for these three pieces here to see how well organized they can become. They don't have to be right now, not right now, just eventually. Allow them to have an orientation that where they can organize. I mean, I guess so, but it doesn't really matter. This isn't. There's going to be. You know how many more model runs there's going to be before this? So just keep that in mind. This is not like Chef Curry. I want you to get out of your head a little bit that these model runs are defining the model runs are not defining what's going to happen. They're not defining what's going to happen at all. The model runs are just trying to figure out something close, and they're going to keep changing. Yeah, Kelly, Maine is going to get hammered as well. But they're going to keep. So I want you to not hold so much weight on these. I don't want you to assume that these are some magic 8-ball. Don't ride the wave with the models. Not to put me on a pedestal, but just trust me a little bit. Trust me. Current thoughts. There's a reason in my threat map. There's a reason my threat map it didn't change. I didn't down totals from last night at all. We're staying true. We're staying consistent. Has to be something drastic for me to move my thoughts right now with this. I know that, but what does this NAM run have to do with you getting 12 plus inches of snow? Has nothing. This NAM run cannot give this NAM run cannot give you or take away 12 inches of snow. Has no power to do that. So we can't give models that kind of power. Mother Nature, Mother Nature is the one to have the power. Mother Nature holds the power. So the job is to predict what Mother Nature is going to do, not the NAM. The NAM does not. I've never seen 3 inches of snow. You have not lived life yet, Kelly. You have not lived life yet. You have way too much life to live yet. No snow is the best. Oh. I could never be with somebody who could not enjoy snow. That's impossible. Joining late, you think Central Jersey will have diminished totals to mixing? Hope you're having a good stream. Well, thank you, Brandon. What do you mean by diminished? Like you think like you're not going to see anything, or like you like you mean you're not going to see anything, or just you're worried that like you're worried about not getting 20 inches of snow. Um, I think Central Jersey I think Central Jersey again. I think the floor in Central Jersey, in my opinion, right now, I'm holding firm on at least 6 to 12 inches, and I still think that there's really solid potential. You could get 12 to 20 plus there. I really do. I really do, and it will be about refining that. So take a middle ground of that, and that's probably where my head is up right now. That's where my head is at right now. Jesus, um, that's kind of where my head is at. The ceiling be affected, sure. The ceiling, sure, Brandon, absolutely. But after all of these past several winters, Brandon, let's put this in perspective. Are you going to smart NC players? Smart, it's very smart. You're growing. You're growing, NC player. Very good. Um, after all these past winters, Brandon, are you going to deny like a 14-inch snowstorm, so to say? Like, I don't think so. I'm not right now, and I have a good shot to get more than that too. I'm just chilling right now up here in southern New England, just chilling. Vetris, how we doing? Or Klutch Lukey. Springfield, I think you're from, right? So I think take a middle ground of that 6 to 12 floor and that 12 to 20 potential, and that's kind of where my head is at. But take a middle ground of that's probably close to it. So it's like an 8 to 16-ish range. It could change, maybe back and forth, but oh my God, Vetris, don't even worry about it. We're not worried about anything up here in southern New England. The only thing you're worrying about is whether or not here in southern New England we're going to get 12 to 18 inches, or if we're going to get like 18 to 30 inches. Like, that's the only thing we're worried about right now in southern New England. We're not worrying about anything at all right now, in my opinion, because we could have a more southerly track with the system, and we could have a more northerly track with the system and make out fine in both scenarios. The margin for error has now increased north a little bit, in my opinion. A little bit further north than even what I was expecting. But actually, no, I shouldn't say that. The margin for error holds firm is because you could have had, it still holds in place. I shouldn't say that. I would extend it, is what I'll say. Extend it into southern New England. Sorry if I hit the mic there. Sorry, just watching Tatum sleep. One flake state of emergency. Southeast Mass, eastern area still on the track for big snow. What's their ceiling and floor? Same thing. Same thing right now. Pretty solid floor of 10 to 18, and then I would say there's There's or we'll say a floor of like 10 to 20, and then you have 20 to 30 potential. I know that's a little bit of a range, but you can work through it. Or you could say 10 to 18 and 18 to 18 to 30 potential. Not that 30 is the most realistic. It's just if you want me to provide a actual ceiling, then in theory. But there's a reason that everybody's heads don't hit the ceiling when they walk in their house. They're designed to be above you for a reason. You're very welcome, Brandon. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Somewhere between. I'd be thrilled if anything more is a bonus. Yeah, I would keep. Even this still. Not to. I hate doing this to some people because I almost always say the opposite of why dim your expectations. Just try to look for reality. But even if you were to get 8 to 10 inches of snow, let's say, towards the lower end, that like compared to all the storms the past few winters, like that'd be fantastic. That'd be, that'd still be pretty solid. So, and you'd get sleet to measure on top of that. Another reminder too, if you this is your opportunity. If you don't have a snowboard, you can go get something at Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever. Paint it white so it's more reflective. That's what you're supposed to do, not what I'm telling you. And then that's what you can use to measure it. That's what you can use to measure it. Or you can use your grass area as well, and then you can clear it after. Again, make sure you clear it though after about 6 to 12 hours. Every 6 to 12 hours, you clear out your area because otherwise you start measuring snow depth and not snow totals. And I see it a lot of times. A 24-hour system, people get like 7 inches of snow in the first like 12 hours, and then all of a sudden, like they added on only 3 inches when that wasn't really the case. You just compacted and you didn't get an accurate measurement. And I see it. I see it all the time. As much as we want to like send that measurement picture of when it says like 15 or something, the reality is snow compacts. Snow compacts. This snow too is going to compact because it's going to be very high ratio. So by about a couple days after the storm, it's going to compact almost to double less. Your snow depth is going to go down a good amount after a couple days with this, just because of how high ratio it's going to be. I know, just funny seeing them panic over one map of frame. Yeah, exactly, Vetchers. Exactly. You see the snow in Russia? I did kind of see some of that actually. I saw like a video or something. Um, Another place that gets some pretty cool snow is Japan. Japan gets sea effect snow, believe it or not. I'll show you. Um, I bet you they're probably getting some right now. Look at that. Yep. Anytime Japan is in an active pattern, guys, and ladies and gentlemen, anytime that Japan is getting a lot of snow, there's a good chance you can link it back eventually to the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast as well. And sure enough, what do you see on the map? You see Japan, 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 left and right. Right there. And so anytime you see that, you can connect it. When you get a chance, can you give insight to Pittsburgh and the northeast of Pittsburgh? Great channel, by the way. Followed you from the GM channel. Well, thank you so much for coming in. I'm glad you enjoyed the analysis. 1 second as I take a sip. Almost spilled my drink. First, I'm going to check these too. mean, it's hard now. These are all going to change in 3 hours again, so keep that in mind. But Pittsburgh's in a good spot. I'm leaning still 10 to 20 in Pittsburgh, and maybe I can refine that a little bit as I get closer. It's just I'm not a Pittsburgh meteorologist, so I'm not going to pretend that I can give you the best forecast for Pittsburgh, and I never will. But Pittsburgh is in a very good spot. But I can still give you solid insight. I can give you specifics on the overall setup, and then usually, anytime I break down the specifics of the setup, you can always you can rewind the stream. We broke it all in depth down for anybody watching now. If you rewind the stream and you go back towards the beginning, we were cooking. I'm not gonna lie. We were doing really solid analysis on breaking down the setup at hand. We always do that first too. Always like to do that first on most streams. Never skip steps. You have to show what's happening now today with the weather and how it leads to what's going to happen. Can't skip steps. Have to show the pieces are coming together. Where are they coming from? Why is it happening? Those are the questions you should always be asking, not just, oh, that's happening, that's it. That's not a way to live life. Ask questions. This is the ensemble, by the way. Boy, oh boy. Look at it bringing back the moisture. Emperor Palpatine. Do it. Do it. I just don't, I want to make sure I really would love to get the backside action here. I don't want to do that. I want to hold the backside. The way you maximize the ceiling here is if you start backing up this low here, start backing this up more. You allow these two to come a little bit closer together. And then what you do here is allow that so that instead of running off all this precipitation, you hold the low pressure back a little bit further southwest. And now on the backside Monday, you just get bands that flow in here from the east-northeast, maybe even due northeast. And you get snow that just moderate snow bands that just rake back across New England, maybe even Long Island, New York City. That's the real that's the dream scenario for everybody, because that means less mixing as well. We can have more confluence out ahead. At this point, I will say we want a little bit. Well, I hate using it as if guidance is the current solution. Compared to, let me phrase this. Compared to what guidance has now, I would be fine with dropping the confluence a little bit further south with one condition. As long as we bring this stuff together. That's how we maximize the potential here. Allow all of these to organize as good as possible with a stronger press initially. What that will do is forces the mix line south more, and then it also allows that heavier precipitation to build back into here. Now, if you're living up north, you don't want that. You want the confluence to rise more and these to come together well. That increases your ceiling up here. That's what you want. Or back here. If you're living to the northern parts here, that's what you want. You want height lines to rise out ahead compared to what guidance shows now. This has nothing to do with my specific thoughts. I actually think we will, regardless of the specifics of the confluence, I still think we will get enough high pressure to hold off enough. And actually, I want to dive more into the specifics of the upper levels, hopefully either just after the stream or tomorrow. You have a good one too, NC player. But this is what we're looking at right here. Allow, because what we want here is what's happening is now on the phase that's happening, that's still messy. The upper level low is going north and east of this, is trying to develop. So you limit how much you can throw back, and you bring up more warm air. Now, if you have, it's more so not just it's this part of the confluence here. This confluence, press more on it, will force it to farther southwest. But allow this to organize still efficiently well. And what you're going to do is you're going to get an organized upper level low and having it being further southwest, which is a win-win for everybody involved, except northern New England. And then we keep an eye on that period there, from about the 29th, 30th to about the 2nd and 3rd. Keep an eye on that period there. Let's see how this plays out. What you do here is you kind of squeeze the system a little bit more. But you get the height lines actually to rise out ahead here more in front. It's just not it's the way this could fail is if everything comes together so perfectly and tries to head for the opening and there's not a left to press it. That's your biggest fail mode, and even then you still get front end thump. All right, but let's say if this name were right, Chef Curry. See how much snow you still get regardless? And I don't think this is right, in my opinion. You still get what, like 8 inches of snow? And I don't think that's right, even. I don't agree. It's the NAM. You have to be careful with using the long range NAM. You have to be careful. The model is not meant to do this far out. It has a terrible amplification bias. And now you're looking at a warm tongue 80 hours out. That's not helpful. That doesn't give you any information. That doesn't give you any information. So initially I was like, well, the confluence pressing more, but what you have end up doing here is actually this is actually a little bit further east. See that? It pulls away a little bit sooner. And so there's less confluence there. You see that? A little bit less confluence. And since the Baja low on this run ejects a little bit sooner, gives more room for amplification, just a little bit more. But you got to be careful looking at what you're looking at. If you care about any of the specifics about a run this far out, you're doing nothing helpful to figuring out the specifics of the forecast. Absolutely nothing. It does nothing to look at the NAM this far. Also, this piece here, you see the difference? Models are going to keep changing that. If this piece is further back, it will allow height lines to rise a little bit more. If this piece presses a little bit more, it will force on height lines. Models will keep messing with that. I'm telling you, you're going to drive yourself crazy looking at models right now. You're going to drive yourself crazy. There's too many pieces that still need to come to play here. There's a reason that, for me personally, I'm still 2.5 days, almost 3 from onset. Sunday evening, I'm onset. 2.5 days still in southern New England. There's a reason. Still that far out. You're just going to rot out there still too, though. Wonder how much you can hold on to, but it's not worth looking at this. I'm telling you. Not worth it. Not that the specific scenario in theory couldn't happen. It's the concept of looking at the model and assuming it. And we talked about this for the rest of the models too. There's another one after this one. It says snow for us because I know it's so far out that you can't rely on it. Yeah. Not really much reliance on models that far out. Again, if you don't mind hitting the like if you're in here right now, very, very helpful. But we can have a little bit of fun here. Let's these are always juiced a little bit, by the way. I take about 10-15% off, but I would call that agreement on a major storm coming. See the difference? That's what a major storm looks like when every single ensemble member looks like that. That is that's fun. That's fun to see. 26 through 50, and same thing. Play this out, and obviously you can see gots to be how we doing. And there's your fun. These are all 10-to-1 as well. Ratios will be much higher than that. Do the same for the euro. Look at that. A lot of crush jobs in there, man. I can't say I'm not happy about the snow that's about to happen. There's not really a part of me that can say that. Been splitting wood for nearly 12 hours? Well, I cannot say I've been doing the same thing at all. I've been splitting hairs with model guidance for the last 12 hours. That's what I've been doing. Right? I care about models. See, it's not. I care about weather models. I just don't hold the same weight on them on the forecast as many others do. And that's what I'm watching. How much can we get on the backside there? Be such a high ratio of snow too. See if anybody's showing any fun stuff in the long range. Oh yeah, sure enough. Sure enough there. Some guidance has some fun. Actually, more than I was expecting. Can be fun to look at, but not to eat. Okay, let's go to. What was I gonna go do? Oh yeah. Give you some perspective on where the snow has fallen this season. You got a perspective, and you can see the gradient for some places too. I know personally, I'm at 30 inches on the season right here, so it's probably underdoing it a little bit, but you can see I-95 Northeast Upper Mid Atlantic has done pretty well. It's done pretty well. Interior obviously has done well too. Maine had their own little fun event, inverted trough, that got them 12 to 18 inches in December. Actually, December 24th, they got it. They got it on Christmas Eve, I think. But there's, can you tell that the Appalachians are right here? I think you can. Struggling some places down here, and then northern North Carolina has some. Northeast North Carolina, you know what this was from? November. If you all remember that. Mid-November, I believe, too. Trace accumulations into these places. Notable back into the apps. And then the lake effect has, to say cease to produce would be a lie. Over 250 inches of snow at least. Right here in Lake Ontario on the winter. Imagine that. Halfway through the winter, if that. We're going to get a lot more than that. Interestingly enough, that might be a little bit more, but around 30 inches on the season up here, which is about the same as these places. Fun fact also, Cape Cod is at like 20 inches of snow on the year as well. That's around their average already. That's we're mid to late January now. Months to go in the wintertime. And they're going to add a lot more. They're going to go above their season average after this one. This map is about to look a lot different. It's about to look a lot different 5 days from now. A lot different. Same with this map here. It's going to look very different. Very different. A pretty solid winter across some of these places, though, still to start. A lot of places in here are going to fill in, though. Missouri's going to get hammered. They're going to get hammered with snow. I can imagine it. I just haven't had it. The lake effect they get up there is always impressive. Let me get back to satellite here. You see the Atlantic region building in. See how in the Atlantic region, this has been a key for us to get more precip to work up the coast instead of losing it. You also notice the ridging going on to our south here. This is what helps to force the moisture to go to the north as well here. And look at just the convection firing in the eastern Pacific right now. But listen, you can actually go back and I have a couple of lake effect. If you do ever want to look at that, I have a lake effect stream, or not lake effect stream. Well, I've done lake effect streams before too, but I've done lake effect snow chases. If you go back, you can find them in the videos. It wouldn't take that long, and you can kind of see what it's like and how conditions imagine a summertime thunderstorm. It's the same thing, just like that. Conditions can deteriorate. Um, yeah, we don't trust the model, Kaptaki. But yeah, they deteriorate very fast. And the roads are rough up there, but they do cleanup up there. Serious. They are on top of it. There's a lot of other places in the world that could learn from how to do their cleanup recovery process. That when I did my chase, I stayed at like a hotel 18 inches. They had about 12 to 18 inches of snow overnight. By the morning, the roads were clear. I swear, it was still snowing too. They weren't done yet. And I was like, this is impressive. They cleared out to all the places, the parking lots. It's serious up there. Yeah, I'm not gonna get to do it this winter probably. Not probably, definitely. I'm not gonna get to do it this winter. But last 2 winters before I have. I thought about it. I thought about it a few weeks ago, doing it a couple weeks ago, just for a day. But I was like, no, I don't want to do this. It's a long drive. It's a long drive. Told me he was in high school. PA would walk to school with a foot or more on the ground. Oh yeah. Dad was born in Michigan. Yeah, Michigan gets a lot of lake effect as well. Take a month down here to clean that air, but it's a different way of life. Some good stories. Now I will say, when the roads are not clear driving in that, actually it's not the roads, it's the visibility. It's the visibility that gets so low. I can kind of tease it actually. I can go find it. I'll show you. Yeah, let's actually urgent. What's changed? Nothing. We've had the same message for days now. It's not even crazier. It's the same storm. But all right. I don't even watch those. They just come up into my in the south. They have no idea how to deal with snow. So you can see all the storm updates. You can see the Tatum updates, and we do post frequently here. We do videos and live streams for hurricane season as well. By the way, so here we go. This wasn't necessarily the one I wanted, but you know, we can show it. Don't worry about copyright. Yeah. Look at the intro, the editing, the editing I had to do to put this together. And I gave you some meteorology in it too. I gave you a walkthrough, gave you a science, insanely effect sounding that is. And you can watch the progression here. See how like I put the timestamps. You see how it's just getting heavier and heavier. Look at that. That's 2 minutes later. We're starting to get into the band now. A little bit of grapple mixing actually. You can see how low the visibility gets. So you see there's a little bit of grapple mixing in right now. So that was the radar where we're at, and then boom, we stopped, and then you can see it. See how it tents the snow, the piles. I remember I was talking to one person, and they're like they're trying to drive to Canada, and I was like, listen, man, your drive to Canada is going to be rough if you're trying to. That was hours. They still had hours to go. I was like, good luck. And see how intense the snowfall rates. You see the wind too at times off the lakes. It's very rare that lake effect snow isn't windy that close. Look at that. You see the snow piles? Look at that. Just dumping snow. And this was about the heaviest. This was when the heaviest when the heaviest band started moving through. Dendrites are really good snowflakes, by the way. And then look at that. You can see how heavy those flakes are coming down. I know the frame rate is not as high on the stream, but you can clearly see how heavy this stuff comes down. So it comes down very fast, very hard, um, in a quick amount of time, and it just stacks up. So you can see the radar, what it looks like too off there, and take a look. That was probably the heaviest. I think that was the heaviest right there. Yeah, it was. So yeah, so that's no, it's not just big flakes. Dendrites are snowflakes. So we talk about it. Um, we'll have to, I mean, I guess you can have wetter dendrites. It's more than just big flakes, though. You can tell they're well put together. They're usually like light and fluffy. They're bigger flakes a lot of times, but they're light and fluffy versus the really small, finer flakes that don't accumulate as well. Um, a lot of times, yes, they are bigger. They don't always have to be massive, but um, they do not always have to be massive. Sometimes if you get a lot of smaller dendrites, then they'll accumulate really well. Um, but there's not as much rimage of the flake. They're usually well put together, and the more it falls down into the atmosphere, the better the aggregate builds. So imagine like you're doing your strength training over months of a period. In the beginning, you might be a little strong, but by the end of it, you're going to be very strong. So imagine the beginning of the snowflake up here at the top of the atmosphere. By the time it gets to the bottom of the atmosphere, think about how if assuming right, if you don't do any of the work, then you're not going to get that much stronger. If you do a little bit of work, then you will get a little bit stronger, but not as strong as you could be. Same thing applies here. Let's say let's say the snowflake gets a full workout and it has all the right conditions that favor it, it will get a lot stronger. If the conditions are not right for it to happen, then we will not see the snowflake produce as efficient ratios as it could possible. So that's something to keep in mind when you're watching. There's things that come together for soundings that you can kind of pinpoint. Lift omega is one we were looking at earlier. Temperature in the dendritic growth zone, temperature at the surface as well. Saturation is a huge thing. Saturation is probably is on no not is it is the most important thing. You have to have saturation. You can have no lift and still snow, but you cannot be dry in snow. You have to have saturation, especially when you're so cold. You're welcome, Kelly. How much snow in Martinsburg, West Virginia? Is that Northwest Virginia? Here's my West Virginia breakdown. The northern part of West Virginia is going to get a lot of snow, I think. The southern part, not as much. Maybe still a decent amount, and then you can do the favor. I think the northern part of West Virginia probably has a good shot to see at least double digits. Bravo, Brady. Yeah, just if you learn it, you might as well explain it. That's why you're all on the stream. You're here to learn information. Whether or not you what you do with it is up to you, but at least you'll know it. This influx of, I can't get over it. There's such a strong influx. Don't take the under on snowfall totals, that's for sure. It's going to have everything and more, the moisture source here. It's fantastic. Christopher, it's going just fine. Just fine. I wanted snow, but now we just got ice now. Well, hey, if you do get sleet, be sure to measure it. It's going to count as snowfall accumulation. Remember, it's sleet snow accumulation at the end of the season. That's what it goes as. So hopefully that you can get something there. You can say you got some snow from the system, and but for accumulation purposes, you can. Just again, I've been telling people, remove the sleet before the freezing rain or as the freezing rain is starting, because otherwise that ice is just gonna press and it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. Remove the sleet before all the ice freezing rain happens. Thank you, Gots to be. How the model's looking? Haven't checked. Well, if you asked, the Mid-Atlantic in New York City, they'd be freaking out right now if you ask them. For me, in my opinion, I think they're fine. They're fine for me, in my opinion. I think that's gonna. Well, Southern New England for us, Christopher. We're not worried about models anymore. In my opinion. Weather models, at least. Chef Gary can confirm. In reality, I think weather models are, yeah. In reality, there's, in my opinion, you have to look back at reality. That was a huge ironic statement. That was incredibly poorly crafted, well put together. But my point is, we timed it all out earlier for those places. I had to keep them. I just had to explain to everybody, why we didn't. Have a great one, Kelly, as well. Yeah, we'll be 98% chance that we're streaming tomorrow night as well, and Saturday night. But if in my opinion, you want to take away all the model guidance right now, take it all away. Take it all away. You want me to tell you what I'm looking at? Tea leaves right now. That's where I'd be looking for the heaviest axis of Snowfall. You want to take away everything. That's what stands out to me right now. If I'm just looking, if you really want to maybe find it, could end up being. I wonder right there. I wonder if that's the heaviest. I wonder if that's where the biggest totals will be. That could be not. It could be, but I like to look at the tea leaves a little bit. I like to look on satellite. Can't really remember this much hype behind a winter storm. Maybe. Oh, baby, yes, there has been. Yes, there has been. I think 2015. Oh boy, was that thing hyped. Oh boy, oh boy, 2015 was hyped. 2021 was very much was there was a lot of discourse behind that. Even 2022, that was very that everybody knew about that one. March 2017 one. That one was very well. And New York City did not get as much as the models were shown a couple days before. Nor did I. 2016 one was up there too. 2016 was that thing was not underhyped, and it came to fruition. I think there's something to it, though, in my opinion. If you listen, if that ends up being where we see the heaviest snowfall, we can come back to it. I think the atmosphere reveals tea leaves down the line. I think you can look at satellite, and you could not use weather models at all if you really know what you're looking at. Oh, the YouTube channels. Well, just think about how big just YouTube has. Chef Curry, 18. It does not matter. The icon. You're not the icon. The nan. None of it's going to change my thoughts. None of it. It doesn't matter. It's going to change in 6 hours. Um, YouTube weathers have they've really grown over the last few years. Ryan Hall definitely helped. Yeah, I mean it's you got some big names out there now on YouTube. 1993, still not forgot. Yeah, but remember the internet wasn't as big back then. I'm talking like internet there. It's not the same as TV and the newspaper. How much snow in Winchester, Virginia, 60 miles near Dulles Airport? Sorry, I'm readjusting. Sitting in the same spot for over 4 hours straight is not easy. Life could be a lot worse, but you know. Huh? Not to worry about sleet? I didn't say you won't sleet in New York City. Because one model, the icon, I wouldn't go off that. such an influx of tropical moisture. Let me go to the upper levels again. We can go to the low levels too. I want to see low levels. Low level water vapor. Is there anything to it? Yeah. I wonder if that's it. I wonder if that's where the biggest totals are, and within that you can maybe even refine it. For the biggest, I'm not saying these areas wouldn't mix, just it might be. That could end up being where you're. That, I wonder if there's anything to it. Maybe there won't be. There could be nothing. But the atmosphere tends to reveal itself a little bit beforehand. An analogy that would flirt with the line of appropriateness that I'm not going to use. But 2022 was great. That was a great storm indeed. 2015 was amazing, obviously. Yes. Easily the best winter in southern and across central and eastern New England. Central and eastern southern New England. Easily. Yeah, well, your coworkers don't appreciate the finer arts of the massive storms. It's amazing how much, though. You'd be surprised how many people bring up 93. It's not just It's not just you all. It's so many people bring it up. So many. 96, 1999, I think I'm going to 2001, 2004, 2003, 2005. It's just all those 2000s years, man. So it's just so many. 2010, 2011. 2011 winter was an insane winter as well. 2013 was a ridiculous winter. Obviously had the February blizzard. 2014 was a heck of a winter for the South, too. A lot of good winters from the 90s to 2000s and 2010s. Two 2005 was that one was you can get a look. This one was April Fool's blizzard too, 1997. But I want to show you 2005. President's Day. There we go. There's the 2005 blizzard. Listen, we still got hammered back here, but this is a benchmark storm for some people right here, because the Eastern Mass, this is a widespread. I mean, so many 30-plus totals. The Cape as well. Nantucket getting 2 feet of snow. Nantucket rarely gets 2 feet of snow. New York City has much better chances of getting 2 feet of snow than Nantucket does. in my opinion. You rarely see 2 feet of snow in Nantucket. Maybe that's a hot take, but this one's I think 40 was the top total. And then sure enough, or no, Boston at 27. I was going to say 22.5. It doesn't add up. But yeah, these are some of the biggest ones here. All right, 2006 again. 2000. You just keep going. 2-foot snowstorms. There's Boxing Day blizzard right there. A lot of people in New York, New Jersey remember that. There's the 2011 one right there too. 2011 winter was insane. There's the October snowstorm. This snowstorm ruined our area. Devastating. I'm telling you right now, we had way more than 7 inches of snow. I can tell you that right now. We had at least a foot. Well, this is not accurate. I don't remember the specifics at the moment, but we did not have. We had way more than 4 or 7 inches of snow. Maybe my elevation helped for that one a little bit. It's possible. I don't have a lot, but a little bit to matter. But the October 29th to 30th, there was no trick or treating that year. Nobody went trick or treating. This was brutal. Wet snow too. It wiped out. That was awful. And then there's the 2013 one. Everybody remembers this one. Everybody remembers this one. Just it's such a widespread area. And then this is another sneaky one. The same winter, March 2013. And then this is my benchmark right here. Nearly 33 and just under 33 inches of snow for me. See this band right here that happened? I was in it. This is the one New York City never wants to remember. Even though they still got they still got 10 to 12 inches of snow. 10, 15 miles to their east, 15 to 20 inches. Go about another 30 miles east towards Long Island, 30, 40 miles, 24 to 36. So that's why they don't remember it. But even look at these. See what I was saying about Nantucket? 12. Look at everywhere else. See these 28s, these 30s. And then this was the screw zone. And your screw zone was 15 to 20 inches of snow still. And then you can see, look at all of these. Another 2015. And then you all remember March 2018? That was one of the wildest. But you see what I mean? Look at all of this. You see this? Literally went around me. Would I have like 19 inches of snow? Look at that. It literally went around me, the 20 to 2 feet stuff. You know, no, I was like, ugh, just unlucky. I say unlucky, but I mean, we still got crushed. This was the one I was telling you guys about earlier in the stream. Yes, it's a free site. It's a free site. You saw me. I typed it in. I did not. I'm not paying. I don't pay for this. This person does great stuff. JDJ Weather. This was the one I was telling you guys about earlier. Somehow they got 2 feet, and I did not get that. But this was the one I was referencing, where you had the upper level low consolidate way early on, and then get peeled off, transferred, and then what happened was you just got bands and bands and bands that set up here, and then end up going like this on the backside. the first part, you had an insane. You mixed all the way up to here. The mix line got all the way up to here, but then the transfer happened, and then the backside snow kicked in. It was like a funnel of moisture right off the Atlantic. Highest total was here in New Hampshire. They got 3 feet of snow. And also, fun fact, I was on the other side of the country in Oregon at the time and saw the snowstorm that happened there in November. So I saw the first part of the snowstorm hit the West Coast, and then I saw the next part of the snowstorm hit the East Coast. There's not too many people, I think, in the world of life, or in the world, in the history of life. I think that may be a better way to say it. That can say they've seen the same snowstorm on both sides of the country. That's a really cool thing I can always say is, my flight just happened to be in between, and I remember we were leaving that day, and it was snowing, and the drive was rough, but and there's the 2022 blizzard. Look, you see start the gap, and then it's going to stop there. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. 2023, I forgot. That forecast I struggled with a little bit. I was about 15 miles off with this. And that made the biggest difference. And obviously, haven't had one then. Will it change? Will it change? Will my man JDG Weather have to add another one to the archive for the 2-footers after this? Let me know in the chat. Let me know. There just has to be at least one 2-foot total for this to make it into this archive. Have a good one. It has to be. Storm was like, give me some space. Be up in 2 hours. I wish you would get some sleep. Absolutely. Blizzard criteria. I don't know. They're so stingy with those two. Just to begin with, I don't think they'll do it. I don't think they will. But we could get near blizzard conditions for a brief time on Monday. So it's possible. Let me give a brief look at the RGM. Brief look. That takes us to the model rent came out 45 minutes ago. Come on. Oh boy. 4 hours. No, that's 60 mile. It's 3 hours straight of 35 mile per hour sustained winds or gusts, quarter-mile visibility, and falling or blowing snow. I might have said quarter mile twice, but that's the criteria. Also, they took away blizzard watches as well. Those no longer exist. Is in the same county. I have to be up in 2 hours. Luckily, after getting the kid on the bus, I can go back to bed. Yes, you can, Kels. Yes, you can. But in the spirit, I'm going to call it there. I appreciate everybody tuning in. I'm going to be looking at this again more. We're going to be streaming likely tomorrow night and the night after as well. So be on the lookout for that. If you want to come on in and hang out, we're going to be breaking this down more tomorrow night, and the night after probably going to be packed too. We're going to have a lot of people in. So I appreciate everybody tuning in, and until next time, peace.